Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge, Nottingham, for the final day of this Division 1 County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Day 4. We wonder what's in store for us. Sometimes we look ahead and a game might be right in the middle of an interesting little tussle. Which side will get on top? I think we've got a fair idea what is likely to happen today, but you never really know with county championship cricket. Might just be one or two twists along the way. This final day is going to begin with Nottinghamshire at the crease in their second innings, 177 for 1. That's a lead of 67. You can come up with all sorts of theories as to how one side or the other might manage to contrive a positive result, but I guess the likelihood a couple of minutes before 11 o'clock is that it might be a day for individual milestones, possibly personal achievements, maybe. Certainly a great deal of effort out there either way. Very much looking forward to seeing what happens, seeing it unfold, seeing it unfurl in front of us, and hopefully it'll be another day of county championship cricket that we'll remember for the right reasons. Notts 177 for 1. Ben Slater, he's got plenty ahead of him this morning, hopefully. He's 70 not out. Ollie Stone, the night watchman, is 3 not out. And we'll see how we can go. Somerset have enjoyed their morning five-a-side. Now they're going to get down to their day job and see if they can bowl Notts out or get a few wickets in this morning session. Glad you can share it with us. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. To my right, Grace, she came on a bus, Ballinger, the Blaze fast bowler, and a very good morning as well to the Lord of Langport, Anthony Gibson.
Morning, Dave. Yep, it's a hot one. I can reveal that much. It's going to be interesting to see how Notts go about their business this morning. Here comes Craig Overton from the Stuart Broad end to open things up. He's in and bowls. And Dave will very shortly be providing the first of his updates for listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham.
Yes, we're into the 11 o'clock news. We'll just get that out of the way and then we'll focus on the matter at hand. There's a number of people that's come along, let's put it that way. It's warm out there already. Overton round the wicket to Slater. Plays this with a gentle push onto the offside. And there's no run. Got Casey Aldridge as the sole slipper. Tom Lammonby in the gully. 3 more on the offside, saving one. And, Jake Paul down below us at third, and then a fairly regulation leg side with the man mid-wicket pushed back onto the fence. Overton round the wicket, bowls now, and the left-handed Slater pushes it to point, and there's no run.
Joe Leach warming up there.
Well, we've just started on time. The 4th warm, sunny morning here to greet the players. Today, though, we just wonder what, if anything, we can get from this game. Seemingly heading towards a draw. Nottinghamshire 177 for 1. They lead by 67. Perhaps a day for personal achievement. Ben Slater will be eyeing up a century. He's 70 not out.
Here's Overton into Slater. Finds the inside edge of Slater's bat. And there is not a sweater in evidence amongst the Somerset fielders. Not even Tom Banton's got his short-sleeved sweater on. Quite a few long-sleeve shirts because it will be very abrasive out there on the rectangle, the old pitches. fielders diving around. Here comes Overton. Around the wicket to the left-hander, who gets in comfortably behind that. And there's no runner. Spoke to Miguel Pretorius, a closer player yesterday. He said he actually enjoys bowling under these sorts of circumstances, regards it as a challenge.
There we are, just managed
Each to their own.
Just managed to get rid of a little bit of human league. Crackling in our ears, don't you want me, baby? Grace was getting up to have a bit of a bop.
Last ball of the first over. Overton to Slater. Almost chops that onto his stumps. Bottom edge. It's fielded by James Rue. Couldn't have missed the off stump by very much. So maiden over to start with for Craig Overton, and Somerset Knots remain on 177 for 1. Can you see them going for quick runs, Dave, to set up some sort of mid-afternoon declaration?
Oh, I hope so. You throw us down a quick 250 and then you chase them this afternoon. It's highly unlikely. That sort of thing I don't think happens anymore. And you made the point. There's been a really good number of bonus points accrued by Somerset. If it is a draw, they'll take 15 points from this game. Notts will take 13 points. I don't think either county would want to jeopardise anything by coming up to some sort of agreement. And it's not really the sort of surface that's going to entice anybody into setting up some sort of proposition. I think it will be, as I say, a day of personal milestones, personal achievements. Just try and put your head above the parapet and do your little bit. Try and impress your captain and coach that you should be in the 11 for next week. What do you reckon, Grace? Good morning, by the way.
Yeah, good morning, thank you. I reckon it's a fantastic opportunity for Ollie Stone. And at 3, he was the night watchman. He's made it through to the 4th day, and he's been batting well, hasn't he, in the lower order. He's scored a couple of 80s, 90s, hasn't he? And I reckon he'll be thinking, this is my opportunity to bat all day.
Certainly, yeah. He's going to get the opportunity to face Jack Leach early on 77 for 1. Any good news on the car front?
In stalemate, really. Hopefully it'll be fixed tomorrow, I hope. But we'll see.
I think Grace's car's in Kevin Webster's garage on Coronation Street. Talk us through it.
Jack Leach then, his first over of the final day here at Trent Bridge. The first one's given some flight and driven nicely by Ollie Stone, who takes a well-calculated, pretty quick single to hit Amid there, who's maybe just slightly on his toes. Pretty slow first delivery, but Ollie Stone gets himself off strike. Brings the left-handed Ben Slater.
Good challenge this for Jack Leach. See if he can take wickets on unhelpful surfaces, which is what England will be looking for.
Slater on his highest score against Somerset, and last year he got that at Taunton. He was 67 not out overnight. Will he go on and get 100? No, he got 3 more and then got out for 70. He'll have that tucked away somewhere in the memory bank, but it'll be all about trying to press on this morning, get a start and then build on it through the day.
Leach then back over the wicket to the left-hander. That one's also given some flight, but Slater forward nicely in defence. Relatively aggressive field here. Slip, catch a mid-wicket. One in under the lid. Square leg, and no men on the rope, I don't think. Leach in again and again. Slater forward, bat and pad together. Defends under his eyes. Leach in and again outside off, this time Slater on the back foot defending. He's happy to have a look here, Ben Slater. He's in no rush to score these runs this morning. 177 deliveries faced so far by the left-handed opener, and Leach in again and again. Slater on the back foot, pushing into the offside gently, no run scored.
It's an alarm that's been going off all morning over to our right there. Building still going on across the Bridgeford Road there.
Leach bowls, and this one driven nicely by Slater, and it finds the gap and will race away to the boundary. The first four of the day, and brings Slater's score onto 74. Good shot, well timed. Nottinghamshire 182 for 1.
Lovely shot. Yeah, one of our regulars, Jiggs, has been in touch with a word for you, Grace. Jiggs and his good lady spend their life on a riverboat, wandering about the canals and waterways of the British Isles. We're moored at the moment on a quiet rural spot in Northants. Can you just say thank you to Grace and the team for the joy they brought us with their win at the weekend? That's very nice, Jiggs. The pessimist in me sees only 2 outcomes at Trent Bridge today. Really hope Overton and the tail don't get the chance later to chase quick runs. And Andy Cleve seems to have brought the weather back from Rhodes with me. Nice weather. Go well, Anthony, Dave, Grace. Expect the unexpected on day 4, he says.
It's Craig Overton into Ollie Stone, and that one doesn't bounce very much, and it's through Ollie Stone and nearly taking out his off stump. Good ball from Craig Overton, and Ollie Stone goes down and gives the pitch the obligatory prod.
And he finishes with, that's the beauty of the county championship. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Well, if Somerset are going to give themselves even a sniff, they have got to pick up a couple of early wickets to lift their spirits and set the Notts batting lineup a little bit back on its heels. Overton to Stone, and sure, I think that was off the thigh pad. They're going to come back for a second leg by, signalled by Neil Manander. 184 for 1.
Mentioned yesterday, and it very, very similar to this. We had this sort of scenario at Old Trafford, obviously not somewhere playing Lancashire, who were 1 down at the start of the final morning, and yeah, thought that's an absolute nailed-on draw, and that's the one I was telling you about yesterday, Anthony.
Overton in and bowls to Stone, who plays it up to mid-on.
It was all over by lunch with 13 wickets going down for 25 runs. Notts just ran through the Lancashire last 9 wickets. They went down for a handful of runs, and then Notts lost 4 wickets in just chasing off a modest total, and turned up. Oh, this is a nailed-on draw, handshake time. Done by lunch. 13 wickets went down for just 25 runs. Can't see it happening on this surface, but you never know.
No, it's a slow surface. Just occasional inconsistent bounce, as we've seen already in this over from Overton. This is turned square of the wicket on the onside. Jake Ball is after it. They'll come back for a comfortable 2. That's the throw. Good throw comes in from Jake Ball from that long boundary away to our left. 186 for 1. Yeah, I was talking to Miguel Pretorius, and he referenced the heavy roller, which is increasingly being blamed for these lifeless pitches. It's almost as if the heavy roller is crushing the life out of 4-day county championship cricket. Overton and bowls a bouncer, and Ollie Stone ducks out of the way. Not sure what they can do about it. The combination of heavy rollers and improved drainage. But it does make it hard work for bowlers, doesn't it, Grace?
Absolutely does. Absolutely does, especially on the white ball stuff. You just got no margin for error at all as a bowler. Guess that's just what the cricket fans want to see. They want to see boundaries. They don't want to see.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'd like to see even balance between bat and ball.
You
This
and
has
me
turned
both.
into the onside, and there won't be a run. It's the essence of cricket, isn't it?
Mm.
End of the over, 186 for 1. Craig Overton's second over of the morning. Just conceded the 2 runs in those overs, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. Somerset's solitary wicket taker.
England women in action this afternoon, Grace. That's on 5 Sports Extra. If people later on want to listen to that, obviously it will go on into the evening. Up at Chesterley Street, Kevin Howell's left us. He was here yesterday. He's headed north to provide coverage on 5 Sports Extra for that one. Do you follow those closely, or is it just sort of there you'll take note of what's gone on and who's performed?
Yeah, I'll have a little look. Obviously, a bit more of a vested interest if the Blaze girls are playing.
Who's in the squad?
I think, what is it, the 50 over squad or T20?
50.
There's Leach in, and this one's turned towards fine leg, and Jake Ball will give chase. He's fielded one toward this side of the boundary and he's fielded one to the other end, but he can't quite get it as it races away for 4. 4 again off the pad of Ben Slater. I thought he'd got an edge on it, but umpire signals leg buys. It will be Tammy Beaumont, Nat Brunton, Sarah Glenn.
Has Nat played any games this season?
Not for us, no. She could have potentially been available for some of the T20 stuff, but had a bit of a niggle, I think, which prevented. So in comes Leach again, rectifies line, this time on the stumps, and Slater back in defence. Slip and leg slip in play. The left-handed Ben Slater. Leach bowls this one, and Slater again happy to defend on the front foot.
One match finished yesterday, of course, with Yorkshire defeating Gloucestershire at Scarborough. The other 8 county championship matches have all started on time.
Again, Leach bowls, and much like the last, Slater forward, happy to defend. Watchful start to the morning for Ben Slater.
Quiet night, or out watching the footy?
I stayed in actually, and I only watched it when Cole Palmer came on as well. Leach in, and this time off the back foot, pushed into the offside. No run.
Yes, it was not quite thrill a minute, was it?
Yeah, I don't think I missed much from what I've heard. There you go, top of the table. What can you do? Is Leach in again, final ball of his 24th over, and much like the last couple, Slater forward and defence. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 190 for 1. They lead by 80.
There was a glimpse of what we might get in the future. Andy Umeed was down there just turning his arm over, practising his bowling action. Might not get a go for a while, but if there isn't a cluster of wickets to either spin or seam this morning, we might see Andy Umeed have another go at it, as he did earlier in the match.
Dave from Court referencing the photographs that you posted this morning, Dave. You got them in the wrong order. Grace should have been in the middle, and then she would have been the rose between 2 thorns. Good thinking, Dave. He also apologises for being grumpy yesterday. I didn't think he was particularly grumpy. Here's Overton in the bowls, and that comes off the outside edge through about 3rd slip. It's going down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. Overton finding the outside edge, but not the edge, not finding a fielder. It was nowhere near Casey Aldridge, who was standing at a sort of wide first slip.
I have to do a double take and listen to you carefully when you're talking about Grumpy Dave, because I sometimes think you're...
No. Dave
You're
from
referencing
Court,
me.
He used to be, his handle used to be Grumpy Git, but he's changed it. This is edged off the shoulder of the bat. And again it lands safely. Lands where gully would have been, but there wasn't a gully. We've got Andy Umeed at backward point. And although it was in the air for quite a long time, Umeed couldn't get there. And it's not hard to distinguish between Craig Overton and a ray of sunshine at the moment.
Well, it's just had something happen positively with that delivery. Yet Somerset are showing the ball to the umpire. It's interesting, Grace. You shared some of your many nicknames with us yesterday, and then I heard this morning that your namesake is going to be in Nottingham today.
Is he?
Rishi's in Nottingham today.
Oh, is he?
The PM's here. What's he doing here?
They're having the leaders. Well, they're having a leaders debate tonight on television from Nottingham. But Rishi will be here, and you shared with us that that's one of your many nicknames. Who calls you Rishi then?
A lot of the vintage Blaze players, let's say.
Overton in bowls, and this is played off the middle of the bat to Miguel Pretorius.
And just share again with those that didn't hear yesterday why that is.
Why I'm called Rishi Patel. It's absolutely nothing to do with politics. Let's get that straight. It's nothing aligning with my political beliefs. Let's put that out there first of all. Because when I was 17 and I first joined Blaze, formerly Lightning, I used to rinse to eat out to help out because I didn't know how to cook because I'd never lived away from home.
Overton in bowls. This comes off the inside edge, I think, of the bat. No, I'm not sure it is actually. Looking at Neil Mallender with his arm outstretched, I think he's going to signal a leg bye. He does indeed. It's 2 leg byes just off the pad. 196 for 1.
That could. Sorry. I was going to say that could be an early starter, folks. Nicknames that have been thrown your way unexpectedly. Well, keepers going through the day, understandably, with a surname like Bracegirdle. I've had quite a few.
Overton in the bowls, and he aims a wild kick.
Jude Bellingham out there.
Wild kick at the ball. I told you he wasn't in a particularly sunny frame of mind.
He was when I saw him. I saw Craig this morning, and morning boss, hello mate. So, how you doing? Go well.
No, I think those 2 edges, the one that went through the vacant third slip and then the one that landed in the gully where there was no gully, have not improved his mood. He's in and bowls, and another good ball, and solidly defended by Ollie Stone. End of that over. The 3rd over of Craig Overton's morning. He's gone for 6 runs and yet to take a wicket, but he has looked the most likely of the Somerset bowlers to make an early breakthrough.
Very much indeed. Gibbo. I assume it's always been Gibbo.
Yeah. I've had all sorts of nicknames, but Gibbo is the most common one.
What's that alarm then, do we reckon? It's gone, stopped now. Ear piercing alarm. I do have good news though. It's not an alarm, it's a light. Because it's so sad that the first thing I check when I come in the morning is our friend the spotlight.
Oh, and it's
gone
been
off.
Turned off.
So
They finally managed it.
Congratulations, whoever did that, unless it just lost the will to live. But it's been on for a while. Maybe the local residents, or somebody's had a pot shot at it, got the air rifle out. But the one spotlight that's been on throughout the last week or two is now turned off.
Leach to continue then. Slater awaits, and this one plays off the front foot, turned into the onside safely. Now got a catcher under the lid on the offside. I assume that's Tom Banton.
There we are on the live stream. That's where it was. Bottom left was shining brightly. Really playing havoc with my OCD.
Putting a bit of pressure on Ben Slater here, Somerset. They don't want him to score this ton easily as Leach is in, and this one mistimed by Slater, attempted drive.
Ground looks parched, doesn't it? The outfield.
It does a bit. I'm surprised with all the rain we've had. Leach in again, and Slater defending off the back foot. Looked to be too much movement out there for Jack Leach this morning.
Doesn't take too many really hot days for it to lose its bright green colour.
Leach in again, and off the outside edge of Slater's bat. Short third does the fielding.
Yeah, it's such a slow pitch that Slater can play Leach off the back foot, play him off the pitch, without really running too much of a risk.
Leach again and again. Slater off the back foot, relatively full delivery, but as you say, easy to do for Ben Slater, especially when he's faced 190 balls already in this innings. Already then, the final ball of Leach's over is getting through them quickly. Maybe not quite as quick as Calvin Harrison, as this one's full and Slater forward to defending. Another frustrated over for Somerset. Nottinghamshire 196 for 1.
Yeah, good over then from Jack Leach, right on the spot there. What do you think of the 8 points for a draw, Grace or Dave? Do you think it encourages too much of an encouragement for negative cricket?
I quite liked it last year.
Pressing for a win.
I liked it last year where they had, was it 5 points for a draw?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it encouraged people to go for a win more, and it made for slightly more exciting cricket. I mean, when you just think it's going to go to a draw like this, evidently looks like it's going to. Bit more encouragement to go after it and set a total, even if it means losing the game. For me, I think that's a better scoring system.
Pretorius for his first bowl of the morning. In from the Stuart Broad end. It's played by Ollie Stone into the onside. Ian Shepherd from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast has a suggestion that for a draw, award the away side 8 points, but the home side just 5. Thinks it might encourage the preparation of better cricket wickets. Not a bad idea. It's Pretorius in bowls. This is driven back past him fiercely by Ollie Stone. The shot of the morning so far. Lovely straight drive. And it brings up the 200 for Nottinghamshire. 200 for 1. Oh, goodness me. There's a boy racer somewhere in the vicinity.
All sorts of sound effects around here, don't you?
You do. Of course, Ollie Stone came in as night watchman at number 3, but in this situation, he's no longer playing night watchman. He's not protecting Will Young or anybody else. He's just got the chance to go out there and basically bat all day if he wants.
Well, Pretorius says he enjoys bowling under these circumstances. He's in and bowls, and Ollie Stone up on his toes, forcing that into the onside, but can't get it past Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Pretorius says he enjoys bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll get his chance
likes
soon.
to challenge. Oh, it's not Pretorius, it's Craig Overton.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? It's Overton bowling his 4th over of the morning. Well, that straight drive would have done anything to improve his mood. Here he comes. In and bowls a bouncer. Not a very effective bouncer. Sails over the head of Ollie Stone. And I think Neil Manager's just signalling one for the over.
He's on good form this morning, Neil Mallender. Went and stuck my nose in the ground staff's hut and had a blather with them, and Neil was in there having a cuppa.
Must be jolly hot out there for the umpires. There's another bouncer.
Yeah, I think roughly word for word, that's what he said. Yeah, of course the Football League fixtures were released at 9 o'clock as well, so big Leeds United fan, he was interested in that, and he let on that Ben Debenham, who's standing at the far end, the end that Overton's bowling from, he's a Norwich City fan. I didn't know that.
Here's Overton into Stone. He gets this off the inside edge, and I think that will go for 4. Bang, yes it does. Overton just straying down the leg side, and Ollie Stone getting enough bat on it to carry it to the fine leg boundary. 204 for 1 at the end of that. Craig Overton over 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. That much his most expensive over of the innings.
Providing the entertainment at the moment, Ollie Stone. We've had 27 runs this morning, and Ben Slater with just that one boundary off Jack Leach early on. He's been kept fairly quiet down at that end since, but Ollie Stone has accelerated his way to 18.
I reckon there's definitely a sense of frustration building up from Craig Overton, probably largely due to the fact that he's struggling to get that fellow fast bowler out. Probably thinks that he should be able to get a number 9 out easily. Speaking from another seam bowler's point of view, I can see the frustration. But Jack Leach to continue then from the Ratcliffe Road end, and this one full turned into the onside by Slater. Mid-wicket does the fielding.
Any comments from the other players' teammates yesterday? Had you back on the radio? Did they hear you?
They probably, if they were watching it, they probably muted it. They've had enough of me. As this one's flashed that outside off wide, full outside off, and Ben Slater won't miss out on that one towards the short boundary at the Smith Cooper stand. Another boundary by Slater.
Just a reminder, when are you back in action?
Sunday at Beckenham. That's in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
So what's that, a long coach journey on Saturday afternoon?
Yep. That is one of the longest coach journeys that. We seem to play there all the time, Beckenham.
Did you say Canterbury was one you haven't played at then?
Yeah, a few of the southern grounds I'm yet to play at. Hopefully get those ticked off in the next couple of years. I think it's Canterbury, Taunton and Sussex. Leach in again, and this time left outside off by Slater, lunging forward. Partnership of 36 now between Slater and Stone. Leach comes in again, and similarly outside off, it's slightly less convincing, slightly in the air, but there's no point, and again races away to that short boundary. Slater just taking advantage of any width here by Leach.
Can't really afford to offer any width with that 50-yard boundary to the Smith Cooper stand.
No, I agree, and especially with very little in the way of protection out there to a man that's 82 not out. It's better delivery, straighter, and Slater on the back foot defence. That alarm buzzes once again. Hopefully that won't be going on for the entirety of the day. Leach at the end of his mark. Final ball of his 26th over. And this is again outside off, and Slater sticks a big boot out at it and kicks it nearly to the boundary out at third man, but of course does not attempt to run. No shot played, would be futile. End of the over, a good one for Notts, 212 for 1.
That'd been a daft way to break a tail, that would, wouldn't it? Properly kick the ball Got a Somerset rotation already, a 12th man coming on. Somebody popping off for a comfort break.
No, I don't think it's. I think he's. Well, it might be. It's Tom Banton. I just wonder if he's going to take the fielding pads off. But in the meantime, a couple of Twitter correspondents yesterday making the point that Tom Abel, when he's overnighted on a century, hasn't gone on the following morning, and wondered if the statistics supported that. And Steve Pittard from Eli's Hewish Episcopi in Somerset has come up with the answer. He says on the previous 4 championship occasions when Abel has started the day with an overnight century, he has added 29 not out, 4, 2 and 3. So it is something that you may need to consider. Steve also says, has Somerset's outside flag been cleared by the health and safety wallers? As Pretorius, it really is Pretorius this time, is in, and that takes the outside edge of Ollie Stone's bat for the 3rd time this morning that either Craig Overton or Miguel Pretorius has found the outside edge. That didn't go to hand at all, but yeah, Steve adds, in the 1879 Notts versus Lancashire match, the flagpole broke, killing the attendant.
Was that here?
Well, yeah, it must be.
Is that here, Steve?
Yeah. 1879, Notts v Lancs.
Dressing room door wide open. I've got a Blaze media release here.
213 for 1 after that single to Ollie Stone. Takes him on to 19.
Don't you go looking at it yet, Miss Ballinger.
Pretorius in and bowls outside the off stump.
I just wonder how highly they value your future service, because they only gave you a 3-year deal, didn't they? As you announced yesterday.
Yeah.
Josie Groves has signed a 4-year contract with the Blaze, keeping her here until 2028.
Wow. Well, that's no surprise. Josie's brilliant, and I think she's 18, 19.
Yeah.
Pretorius around the wicket, and this is cut hard and very well stopped by Craig Overton in the gully. It was really travelling, that cut shot from Ben Slater.
It's a sharp bit of fielding that from Overton.
It was indeed. The 19-year-old wrist spinner played a key role in the Blaze triumph at the weekend, and we value her higher than Grace Ballinger. Yeah, that's what it says.
I have to have a word with Ollie, won't I? Writing reports like that.
214 for 1 after that single. Means that Stone is on strike to Pretorius, and gets it down to long leg. Pretorius again got his hands on his head, thinking he was nearly through there. He's a very wholehearted cricketer, is Miguel Pretorius. I asked him last night what the future might hold for him with Somerset, and he said, I don't know, you'll have to ask the coaches. But he added that he'd like to stay on. He's very happy here, enjoying it, and would like to play a bit more. So we will see. He's in bowls to Slater, who's looking for a single, but Overton quickly to his left. That gully to cut it off. 215 for 1. We're in the 67th over. So that's the 9th over of the morning. And 23:38 have been added. So 4 runs and over this morning, 3 runs and over yesterday. As this is played into a gap on the offside. Jack Leach comes in the boundary to do the fielding. It's just a single, 216 for 1. Ben Slater will keep the strike. He's on 84 at the other end. Ollie Stone on 20, and not far away now from a 50 partnership. 44 they've added.
Yeah, indeed. Without giving any names or any whispers or anything, so we're not speaking about individuals per se, but is this going to be something that we're going to see more of on a regular basis? The girls now getting signed up for long-term contracts, because I would imagine 18, 19, 20 years of age, some that will perhaps want to commit themselves to cricket, but they need to have sort of alternate plans in case it doesn't pan out.
Yeah, well, I guess the thing is with all the contract announcements at the moment is that everyone's, because of Project Darwin and the restructure of the domestic game, everyone's contracts run out this year. So therefore there's going to be a hell of a lot of contract announcements, because pretty much everyone's going to need to be re-signed or signed elsewhere. So yeah, lots of press releases for the media team at the moment, as Leach to continue. Left arm over the wicket and on the back foot outside off, Slater defends into the ground beneath him. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of announcements at the moment, not just from Notts in the Blaze, but all around the country. The new 8 Tier 1 teams as Leach is in again and forward and just off the foot, I imagine, into the air, but safely so by Ben Slater, whether it was bat or pad. Relatively quiet, the Somerset boys this morning, but it's a long day for them out in the field, and that one's darted in a bit more and dropped into the offside for a single by Slater, which brings Ollie Stone to face Jack Leach for the first time in a while, I believe. Yeah,
Anthony and I were watching them throwing themselves about and fully committed to their game of football this morning. You think, well, if you're going to have 6 hours potentially out in the heat, maybe just be with a cool drink in the back of the dressing room might have been a better warm-up.
A very fit bunch.
Leach in again, driven by Stone, gets himself straight back off strike in the same manner as he did this morning against Jack Leach. Drive to long off. Ben Slater 15 runs away from, am I correct in saying the first century of the season it would be?
For him, yes. Yeah. This is already his highest score.
Of catches in and around the bat here for Slater as he's forward and he's just edged that. Can't have missed the stumps by much, and it will race away. It will probably race away for 4, and it doesn't. It's nowhere near the bat at all. It's been given byes and bit of fortune there for Slater. We'll have to have a look, see if that one turned on the replay.
It did turn quite sharply.
That will be the 50-wicket partnership. Not the 50-wicket partnership, the 50-run partnership between Ollie Stone and Ben Slater from 92 balls.
And the Night Watchman's outscored him 21-17, and obviously a number of extras as well. Quite a large number of extras. 21 and 17 is only 38. So 12 extras in the partnership.
Leach bowls and full and wide and driven away, pierces the boundary, and once again Ben Slater's not going to miss out there. Another bad ball to finish one of Leach's otherwise good overs, and
it's gone down the tunnel.
Yeah.
Has it? Nottinghamshire certainly.
Spectator is retrieving it.
It's one of the players out there as well, isn't he? Yeah. Well, this ball's found safe. I'm sure they'll have to have a check of that now. Notts 226 for 1.
Yes, a couple of games you'd imagine nearing their conclusion at Canterbury. Kent in their second innings, 163 for 7. They still trail Lancashire by 142. So 9th and 10th going into this round of matches. Looks very much as if Lancashire are going to pull clear of the bottom 2, and the other match that's closest to finishing, you would presume, Leicestershire 187 for 7. Requiring a further 277 to beat Sussex at home. Not likely. Sussex need 3 wickets. Worcestershire are 6 down as well against Surrey, so that one might be done soon.
Pretorius to Stone. Stone drives up to Coda Cadmore at mid-off. And there's no run. Not so many people here today, and those who are here mostly sitting in the shade. Who could blame them? One or two hardy souls sitting out in the sunshine in front of the pavilion, far side of the ground. Ditto in that lower part of the Smith Cooper stand, which is exposed to the sun, but the Somerset contingent are firmly at the back in the shade, enjoying a very good view of proceedings. That's short from Pretorius. Rather tennis ball bounce through to James Rue. Ollie Stone thinks about playing a pull shot or a hook shot, but decides against it. There's this one slip, Craig Overton, the skipper. Ian Shepherd wondering on Twitter whether he's going to try anything in the way of funky field placings or whether he'll stick to the conventional approach. This is hammered through the offside by Stone for 4 runs. Short and wide from Pretorius. Stone stood tall and played a back foot drive through between cover and extra cover.
It's really impressed me with his batting this season, Ollie Stone. He missed the first 3 or 4 games, came into the side, got 90 against Lancashire, 83 in the first innings of this one. Playing delightful knock here again.
Pretorius in and bowls, and this is edged. That'll be 4 runs as well. There's nothing that a fielder can do.
Craig Overton, head in hands at first slip, is not enjoying this display.
4 times either Overton or Pretorius has found the outside edge of Ollie Stone's bat, and not a single one has gone close to going to hand.
Yeah, I don't think that was too unconvincing of an edge, but I wonder, Dave, with all of the injuries that Ollie Stone has struggled with, he's been out of action bowling, he's been in and out of rehab, has that given him some time just to work on his batting? Because as you say, he's been fantastic, much improved this year.
Pretorius bowls, solid defence this time from Ollie Stone.
See, it can be done, Grace. You lower order batters, can be done.
Don't worry, I'm on the rise.
Mark the Mod, good morning all from a hot and steamy Sevenoaks in Kent. Guessing the majority of the supporters are in the shade of the Smith Cooper stand yet. Another question, did Grace ever finish her Russian literature magnum opus earlier in the summer? She did.
Pretorius, this is driven and will not be cut off at mid-on. 4 runs. Jake Ball flinging himself in the direction of the ball, but couldn't get his hand down in time. No, it wasn't. It was Tom Banton. Beg your pardon. Apologies to Jake Ball. 238 for 1. Ben Slater 88 and Ollie Stone 33.
Presume you're still waiting for results, are you? When does that happen?
Well, I graduate on the 18th of July, but I think I get my results in about a week's time, to be honest with you.
So you're hoping you graduate on the 18th of July?
I think my dissertation would have to be pretty bad for me to fail from here. Pretty abysmal.
Very good. Richard Finch says his proposed amendment to the regulations, I'd give the away side always the choice of either batting or bowling. Remove the toss completely. Thank you, Richard. Jack Leach is going to bowl in a moment. Simon Gledden, my money firmly on a draw. Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, Simon. Notts won't get far enough ahead to give themselves enough time to bowl Somerset out. Calvin Harrison might have a purple patch and bowl Notts to victory on a deteriorating pitch, but I'm not hopeful. All those things could happen, Simon, but I'm sure Anthony would agree. A little unlikely.
Yeah, I think very unlikely.
Leach will continue his 28th over, it will be. Wicketless. He's bowled 8 maidens and been relatively economical. Leach in and Slater forward defending. Any good length delivery here. Slater's done very well to get forward or get well back. It's what they say about batting against spin, isn't it? Either get properly forward or properly back. So they tell me anyway. And he's doing a good job of it, Ben Slater, and this time he leaves and it wraps him on the pad. There's a bit of an appeal. Big lunge outside off there by Slater, just trying to prevent any of the spin that Leach may be getting.
I think the next thing they tell him is make sure you go properly forward to those that you should go properly forward to, and properly back to those that you should go back to.
Leach in, and again Slater forward, hits him on the pad outside the line.
I guess it depends how well they're bowling. If they're bowling half trackers, you can just stand still and pull them away, can't you?
That's what they say. Can Leach make the breakthrough here as he's in, and again Slater forward in defence. Given any width yet this over, Jack Leach, which has been probably the only mistake he's made today in his bowling, just given a bit of width, a bit of full outside off, and just allowed Slater to get his hands through it every so often. This one's quicker and played late by Slater into the offside. Short third does the fielding. Another quick over here by Jack Leach.
He's pretty much faced almost every delivery from Jack Leach, hasn't he?
I think Ollie Stone's faced two and got a single off both of them, as this one is off the outside edge and doesn't carry to slip. However, fortune definitely in Notts' favour at the moment. They're 238 for 1.
Slater on 89, not even the highest score in this innings, of course, because Asiba Mead, who he opened the batting with, made 91. He missed out on the century, so too did Miguel Pretorius, who was 95 not out, and shared his thoughts with Anthony at close of play yesterday. Second new ball is only 10 overs away. That's creeping ever closer. It's got to be a factor in Craig Overton's thinking, Anthony. You'd imagine that he'd take it and give it a little bit of a go.
Yeah, absolutely. Last throw of the dice, really. And I should imagine it would be Craig Overton and Jake Ball who take the new ball, given that Miguel Pretorius is bowling at the moment.
Here we go with those funky fields.
Craig Overton going, well, he's standing at leg slip at the moment. Whether he'll stay there is another matter. Got a short extra cover. He is staying at leg slip. Pretorius bowling around the wicket to Stone, who will pick up a single into the offside. And what's Overton doing now? He's just moving Jack Leach out on the, moving him a bit straighter on the extra cover boundary. Overton himself is at a wide gully. We've got a cover point mid-off, mid-on, catching short mid-wicket. Tom Abel there. Deep square leg and a deep straight or wide long on. So it's an unusual field. We've got a third man as well. Tom Abel is going round to the onside. So this is Pretorius being instructed to keep it outside. Ben Slater's off stump. The fielder's on the offside, just advancing a few yards, so that they're now around about 15 yards or so from the bat. Three of them in a line. Overton, Lammonby and Abel. Pretorius bowls. This is cut on the bounce to Tom Lammonby, the middle of those three. Bowled the line there, this captain was asking for. nicely played by Slater.
Looks to be enjoying the role, Craig Overton. He's always busy, he's always moving a field, even if it's just a yard or two this way or that way.
Yes, he's not a passive skipper by any means, and this one keeps it a little bit low, goes through to James Rue on the second bounce, makes a good stop.
Did Tom Banton come back on?
Yeah, he's at extra cover.
Right, yep.
Or
Yep.
mid off.
Yep. Sort of fulfilling both roles there. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, yeah.
Pretorius. Oh, beats the outside edge of Ben Slater's bat, and Craig Overton appeals, presumably for a catch behind, but nothing from either the bowler or James Rue. First time that Pretorius has gone past Slater's bat. In fact, I think it's the first time that Ben Slater has had his outside edge passed this morning. He did get a nick onto one from Jack Leach in the last over, but that went straight down. This time he's up on his toes, defending on the back foot, out into the offside.
When Banton first broke into the Somerset first team, it would have been a year or two before James Rue, wouldn't it? Would there have been perhaps thoughts all around that he might become the long-term wicket-keeper batter?
Not really. I mean, we had Steve Davis in the side as the main wicket-keeper. Again, is outside the off stump. Run down to Craig Overton, end of that over 239 for 1. I mean, he's not a bad wicket keeper, Tom Banton, but he's very tall. He's 6'2", 6'3". You know, he's tall for a wicket keeper. But he really burst onto the scene in 2019 in the Royal London One Day Cup. Where he scored 2 centuries, one against Kent and one against Worcestershire in the quarter-final, and he batted very well here in the semi-final. And then he was selected for the England One Day international side and T20 side, but didn't really do very much at international level. And then his career rather stalled. But he's been doing very well this season in both the Blast and in County Championship cricket.
Grace, with the new edition of the Cricketers Who's Who, are you in there? I assume you're in there. Has it got your nicknames in there, all of them?
Just the one.
Let's have a look. Let's have a browse. What's you running through this over?
Leach in. Do you want me to find the page? I'll leave you to it.
Even I can do alphabetical.
I don't know, Dave. I don't know. Stone then back on strike to Jack Leach. Slip in play as that one's left outside the off stump.
Nickname G Banger.
Indeed. Leach back at the end of his mark. Tom Banton there, I believe, under the lid on the offside, as he did not want to be hit by that one. That was... I don't ever know if Stone looked like he was gonna drive that one.
It was a half volley, wasn't it? And Ollie Stone didn't really go through with the shot.
Tom Banton didn't fancy it nonetheless, and I don't blame him. There's a similar thing happens again, and
there's not much point if fielding there if you're going to jump up and turn your back on the batsman every time the ball's in that sort of area.
No, maybe not the position for him. And once again, I don't blame him, as Leach in again, and this time turned into the onside, and there's a gap at square leg, so the Nottinghamshire pair will jog a single. Partnership up to 68 now between the two.
Tell us a surprising fact about yourself, Grace Ballinger. I have no cartilage in my nose.
In the end of it, yeah.
Ooh. Oh.
You're surprised, aren't you?
I am.
There you go.
Shocked.
left-handed Ben Slater back on strike for the final ball of the 72nd over, and that's outside off, and it's attempted drive at its edge, but it misses slip and it races away for 4 once again. Somerset can't buy some luck here, but it does bring Ben Slater on to 93 at the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 244 for 1.
Which ground do you most enjoy visiting? Any near London so I can go shopping with Sophie Munro? Crikey. Describe your career in 3 words. Unrecognised opening batter.
Correct.
Very good, Grace. The New Cricketers Who's Who for 2024 now available. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
72 overs have gone. 8 overs to the new ball. Pretorius is going to bowl the next over. Just having a chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who is vice captain, I think. He took command when Craig Overton was off the field for a couple of overs yesterday afternoon. It's Pretorius, and this is thick edge down to Casey Aldridge at third man. Yet again, Pretorius with his hands on his head. But that wouldn't have been a catch in any way. In any case, it went straight down, even if there had been a 3rd or 4th slip in place.
I'm pleasantly surprised, Anthony. We've had 68 runs already. The expected block, as I was anticipating, hasn't materialised thus far. It's been quite enjoyable, quite watchable.
Pretorius in the bowls, and this is played by Slater to mid-on. We're in the 15th over of the morning, so yeah, it's been a good rate of progress. Somerset bowling their overs at a decent lick as well, +8 now. Pretorius to Slater, punches this into the offside. It's well fielded by Tom Abel, moving to his left. One of those 3 catching offside fielders at 4 slip, gully and short extra cover. Pretorius being asked to bowl this off stump line in the hope that Slater gets one that bounces a little bit more and can't keep it down. In and bowls, and this is a good ball. She's played slightly uncertainly back to the bowler, Fields. Yes, Miggy.
He's with Somerset all season.
Well, we don't know. That's why I asked him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's got any pressing engagements anywhere else, judging by the sound of it. But it seems strange that he hasn't been given any indication as to what the immediate future holds for him at Somerset. He's in bowls. This is pulled down to Aldridge at deep backward square leg. Nice controlled pull shot from Ben Slater. Moves on to 94, 246 for 1. Field changes around. I think he'd be a really valuable addition to the T20 Blast side for Somerset, judging by the way he batted yesterday. In fact, the way he's batted all season. Here he comes over the wickets to the right-handed Stone. Plays that firmly back to the bowler. And they face off like 2 gladiators. Pretorius gives way eventually. Feels a little bit hard done by, I think, judging by his body language. 246 for 1. The lead now 136. And Neil Mallander just giving Tom Abel an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Sort of mutual sympathy going on out there at the moment. I think about the torrid conditions under which this game is being played.
Well, it's 2 minutes to 12. I've just seen Ollie Stone make the internationally recognised gesture that we want a drink bringing out, but for everybody. Whirled his arms around, and a couple of times he poured a drink down his throat. We want a drink for everybody at 12 o'clock. Here's Leach bowling to Ben Slater. A little push and run into the offside, so he goes on to 95 not out, which is where Miguel Pretorius ended up yesterday. Ben Slater will hope that he can become the second centurion of the game following Tom Abel's fine effort. Mead and Pretorius left frustratingly short. I suppose you can throw Tom Lammonby into that mix as well, because he made 87 in the Somerset innings. There is Leach now to Ollie Stone, who's not been in a great deal of difficulty at all, seemingly pushes this out just in front of him with Tom Banton close in there on the offside, just a couple of paces away. 247 for 1. Notts lead by 137. And next ball is pushed in the same direction to Banton. Final day of this round of matches. Notts v Somerset here. Brought to you as ever by the BBC and Trent Bridge Live. The pictures available as the next one's pushed back to Jack Leach. 247 for 1. Zeppo, when he picks the ball up, he only goes back 2 or 3 steps, but he's spinning the ball all the time, and then a wristy delivery which turns out of a foot mark and turns straight into the hands of slip. It didn't brush off either batter or keeper. Prodigious turn there. I'll give him a little bit of encouragement. 247 for 1. Final ball of the 74th floated up, and Ollie Stone just happy to bat it down on the leg side, and there's no run. Jack Leach's figures 30 overs, 9 maidens, none for 75. Possibility he'll get 3 more overs in before the second new ball, but here is that collective drinks break with refreshments being brought out for everybody. And again, I'd just like to hope that somebody's brought some out and offers them to the umpires.
This is gives me the opportunity to provide another of Steve Pittard's gems, statistical gems. It says Somerset's, after Dave's latest report for BBC Nottingham.
He couldn't slip that one in that easily. Midday news on BBC Radio Nottingham as we move from morning to afternoon. Nottinghamshire 70 runs this morning without losing a wicket in the 16 overs we've had. Just hearing that the gates have opened at Glastonbury. Just the weather holds are probably nice.
Tangled up in the Glastonbury traffic on my way home this evening.
Oh, lovely. 247 for 1. Shania Twain's one of the headliners, isn't she? That should be a decent enough watch. I think this talk she wants to ride in on a horse. There is that update. On the final day at Trent Bridge, let's get the latest from Dave Bracegirdle. Players at the moment, many of them actually laid down flat on their backs, just enjoying a little drink. We've had an hour's cricket, 16 overs, 70 runs scored. That's taken Nottinghamshire to 247 for 1, a lead of 137. This game's heading towards a draw, maybe all about personal milestones today, the first of which hopefully will be Ben Slater's 100. He's 95 not out.
Yes, go back to Steve Pittard. In this match, Somerset skipper Craig Overton has bowled his Notts counterpart Hasib Hamid twice. It's a long time, says Steve, since a Somerset captain has dismissed a Notts captain. You have to go back to 1984, when Clive Rice was stumped by Rob Turner off Somerset skipper Vic Marks. Before that, the last time a Notts captain was out twice to his Somerset counterpart was in 1964, when Jeff Millman succumbed to Bill Alley.
Crikey.
Bill Alley. Bill Alley scored over 3,000 first-class runs in 1961, and he will absolutely, assuredly be the last batsman to have done so in an English season.
It was Vic Marks' birthday yesterday as well, which we mentioned. Got a couple of birthdays from either side today to say happy birthday to. One with a family connection here to Trent Bridge, but played for Somerset and Middlesex and England. It's Nick Compton's birthday today. Happy birthday, Nick, if you're listening. And for Nottinghamshire, AJ Harris. He played for a number of counties. Don't think he played for Somerset, but he got round the counties towards the end of his career. AJ spells with Derbyshire and Worcestershire and Gloucestershire.
Harris.
No, AJ, Andrew Harris. Always wore squad number 13 wherever he went if it was available. Played round about the turn of the century here at Trent Bridge, and as I say, when he finished, he had quite a long coaching spell at Derbyshire. I don't know if he's still there. AJ Harris, but AJ Harris, Nick Compton, happy birthday, and to you if it's your birthday today, many happy returns to you.
And looks like Andy Mead's going to have a bowl. Bowled 4 overs last evening. 4 overs of leg breaks. Bowled 2 badly. He's a very occasional bowler. Only has 2 wickets to his name in his first-class career. Both of those taken for Warwickshire back in 2017. He's bowling from the Stuart Broad end to Slater, who swings and misses.
I thought I'd bowled him for a second.
I did. I wouldn't have gone down too well, I don't think. Mead's first ball nearly bringing the end of this lengthy innings.
Mead bowls. Gives this plenty of air. You better do this, Dave, just in case he hits it for 6.
Okie dokie. Wondering what will happen at this end. Presumably Jack Leach will keep going, but you never know when you're sort of waiting for a second new ball. Andy Mead comes in off a couple of paces, bowls to Ben Slater, and he's going to get off strike. Gets a single. Bawley doing the fielding. Jake Ball takes Slater to 96. 248 for 1. Andy Mead in his 5th over. No maidens, none for 17 up to this point. Ollie Stone on 36. Just scratched away a new mark. Just the one slip for Ollie Stone, and that's Craig Overton. Quiet hum around the ground. He tosses this up, and nicely played by Stone, who wants 2 here. He's worked it behind square and will push hard and come back for that second run, and that'll take Notts to 250. Benny Green doing the fielding. Had it been the first innings, of course, that would have secured Notts a batting point, but you don't get any in the second innings. All you get is a moderate round of applause, which takes Notts into a lead of 140 runs. Mead into the 5th ball of the over. Lots of flight, and Ollie Stone, well, he was good there because he slapped it hard to mid-on, and I know there's a lot of players who might just have thrown their head back and thought, crikey, I missed out on that one, but he didn't. He knew he'd missed out on it, but still scampered quickly down the other end to get a single to get his mate back on strike. And Slater on 96. Will this be the moment? Second slip is put in for the left-hander, but Slater happy to bide his time. Ended the over 251 for 1 after 75.
Yeah, not a bad over at all from Andy Mead.
Now he's done all right, going at 4 and over.
Be a very useful extra string to his bow and to Somerset's bow.
It's not going to be Jack Leach. He's got a blow for now. Casey Aldridge, who got 5 wickets in the first innings, is going to.
Don't think he's bowled from this end before, Casey Aldridge, has he? Fancy. I don't remember him bowling.
I think he did his first 2 overs in the first innings that went for a few runs, and then they took him off, put him to the far end, and then he got his wickets. Is that right?
Yeah, could well be.
Yeah, I think he started taking over from Jake Ball from this end. Went for a couple of boundaries.
He's bowling to Ollie Stone. He's there and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Stone. We've got Craig Overton that is standing sort of in the gully. It's the only close catcher. We've got men out at deep backward point, deep cover, deep square leg. Aldridge bowls to Stone, who plays it back on the bounce to the bowler. Came on and bowled a very good spell in mid-afternoon, Casey Aldridge, when nothing much was happening for Somerset, and made things happen. That's what Craig Overton will be hoping from him here this morning. Aldridge in and bowls, just short of the length, good hard length. Top of off stump, well played by Ollie Stone, who I must say looks a more than capable batsman.
Does indeed, doesn't he? I've got quite a sad one here, Anthony, Grace. Matthew's been in touch. Dave, it was a very sad day yesterday. Dad and I were at the ground. He's 85, and yesterday was the day he decided he's no longer able to come, no longer able to drive to Trent Bridge from Peterborough.
That's a shame. Aldridge in and bowls. Good over this from Casey Aldridge so far.
He says it's just too much for him now. He saw his first live game in 1951 at Trent Bridge versus South Africa. He's been a lifelong fan ever since. Regards, Matthew. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, Matthew. I hope your dad has got means of being able to follow what's going on, and hopefully he can follow on the pictures or the commentary. But thoughts with you and your dad, Matthew.
Aldridge in and bowls. This is driven off the back foot and not fielded cleanly. That is just a single. Which means that Ben Slater will be on strike and Dave Bracegirdle will be on commentary.
Another opportunity. 252 for 1. Gordon Todd's been in touch. Don't think it's quite correct what you've put, but it might be the last. Gordon said AJ Harris, the only batter to be dismissed, timed out. Come back to that in a second. As Aldridge in then to bowl to Slater. It's short and it's pulled away down to long leg. He's got a single, so he's going to move down to this end, but he will keep strike. 253 for 1. Late 90s, early 2000s, AJ Harris wasn't going to bat. Pulled something, hamstring or calf, off or whatever, wasn't going to bat in a first-class game against one of the university sides right at the start of the season. And Chris Reed was nearing in on 100 when the 9th wicket went down. And with him being 90, we'll look it up in a moment, Gordon, when we've got the Ben Slater, Willie Won't He incident out the way. I'll look it up. But he was so close to 100 they decided, oh, quickly, AJ, we're going to send you out there. And so all the rest of the team were ripping his clothes off and putting his clothes on and putting the pad on and everything. Pushed him down the stairs with his kit, and as he was coming out of the door, as Umeed is into bowl and Slater defends, as he was coming out of the pavilion door, the players were walking back in. The umpires had timed him out. But I will have a look on that, Gordon, thank you. We'll pull up the details. I think he's the last in first-class cricket to be timed out. 253 for 1, and this is driven in the offside. Although there is another Nottinghamshire connection, again I'll look that up, somebody being timed out. Vasbert Drakes, I think he's down in the list of people to be timed out in first class cricket. Apparently he was actually on a flight at the time and he'd been he'd said I'll be there, and they put him in the team sheet as this is blocked on the leg side and there's no run. Find the details on that one, if memory serves. I sometimes have these vivid dreams and imagine it's happened, but I think that's right. 77 overs will have gone at the end of this one as this goes through to the keeper. Unless when you've got your devices open, Grace, you want to look up timed out in the old wiki page and it'll give a list somewhere. Pretty sure AJ Harris and Vasbert Drakes would be on the list of that. First class cricketers to be timed out or some such. Slater forces this into the offside, won't get a single, remains on 97, 253 for 1.
Another good over from Andy Umeed.
Isn't it? Slater backs away, the ball's been following. Really nicely here. 5 dots. Slater on strike. Now then, is this the moment? In fact, he punches it too crisply to wideish mid-off. And there's no run. And it's the first maiden for Andy Umeed. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. So he's not going to be on strike for a while. Have we found it?
Mm-hmm. Which one do you want? I've got both of them.
Well, initially Gordon said AJ was the only batter, and I think he's the last batter to be timed out.
There's 6 in first class cricket.
And is AJ the last one, AJ Harris?
No, there's 2 since. One in 2013 in Kingston, St Vincent, Ryan Austin.
West Indian International.
No reason,
yeah,
really. And then I can't even pronounce that.
Okay, but the AJ Harris, the last one in England.
Last one in England, yeah.
But Vasbert Drakes, that's on there.
Drake's in 2002, still on his way to the match by plane from his native West Indies when he was due to bat.
There we are. That's like yesterday. Dave, I might not be there for the start. I'm stuck on a bus.
Here's Aldridge. Bowling another over. He's bowling to Ollie Stone. He's there in bowls, and Stone plays that firmly into the offside. Craig Overton has gone off. Maybe to change his boots because we're just 3 overs less 1 ball away from the new ball. And there he is on the balcony, just having a chat with the coaching staff on the visiting side's balcony. Home side up above. Aldridge bowls to Stone, who plays a rather tired looking waft at that. It goes through to James Rue. It's the worst shot he's played, that Ollie Stone.
Well, it was a good shot, but the ball wasn't anywhere near.
No.
It's a good looking shot. Try and find that AJ Harris incident, see what Chris Reed was on.
Aldridge, fast up by Debenham and Bowles, and this is driven, but straight to Tom Lammonby. Extra cover. Richard car alarm is still going off periodically. A few more people here now than there were at the start. Some of them enjoying the sunshine, most of them happy to be reasonably cool in the shade. As Aldridge bowls to Stone. Another good balls. Good stuff this from Casey Aldridge. Hasn't conceded a run since he came back into the attack. It's just a sort of stopgap role that he's got at the moment, with the new ball just around the corner. And that will be taken by Craig Overton and Jake Ball, I'm fairly sure. Somerset will be pinning what remaining hopes they have on wickets with the new ball. Aldridge and Bowles laid into the onside.
April 2003, first class match, 3-day first class match at Trent Bridge. Notts versus Durham University Centre of Cricketing Excellence was the match in question. AJ Harris timed out naught, leaving Chris Reed not out 94. So the last wicket was Charlie Shrek, and once he got out, they tried to get him out there, but couldn't get him out in time.
Aldridge, last ball of this over, takes Stone on the pad. Appeal for LBW, looked to me to be going down. It's given as a leg bye. It means that Ollie Stone will keep the strike for the next over, which will be the 79th over of the innings. Just looking to see who's calling the shots out there for Somerset. Hard to tell at the moment. Ben Green's going off, and Craig Overton's coming back on.
Yeah, Mark the Mod's been in touch again. Sorry, very sorry, he says, to hear about Matthew's dad not being able to drive to Trent Bridge anymore. A possible route to Trent Bridge would be to take a train and then change at Grantham. I'm sure, Mark, that Matthew and his dad have perhaps looked at one or two options, but sometimes it, and especially like a day like yesterday, it would have been, it's absolutely draining for anybody, and just sometimes it can be a little too much, can't it? A full day out. But thanks for your message, Mark, and again, best wishes, Matthew and Dad. So here's Andy Umeed. Stone on strike on 40. Reaches forward and pushes this into the offside. Little way to go yet, but we know with absolute certainty that he's never recorded 50s in each innings of a first-class game before. If he gets the chance, although he's swished at fresh air there, nicely flighted by Umeed. Tossed it up outside the off stump, and Ollie Stone, like a small tench, gobbling at the flight. And after that one, he was trying to gulp it down, missed it. Goes through to the keeper. Next ball pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. 254 for one. Another message coming in from Vodafone. We notice you've got enough points in your account to do something within the next 3 days. This is pushed into the offside. Didn't even know I'd got an account. If you wish to redeem these points, can you click on here? No, I can't click on there. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Single taken. Leave me alone whilst I'm watching the cricket. Other mobile providers are available, etc. Stone on 41 at the non-striker's end brings Ben Slater down to face Umeed again on 97. Comes again, tosses it up, and he's driven hard at that one. Nicely taken by Rue. A little bit of turn there from Andy Umeed. Umpire at this end, Ben Debenham, can't see. So he's going to trot over to. Oh, he's going to trot over to pop the bails on. I thought he was going to pop over to square leg. Maybe will go to the leg side once the bails are put on. Usually they leave the keeper to do it, don't they? But he has trotted over to the leg side, where he can perhaps get a better view of things. Again, last ball of the over, Slater on strike. Pushes another single to get down to the other end. 256 for one at the end of the 79th over, so it may be. Thank you, Andy. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. Personally, I hope we see a little more of Andy Umeed bowling.
Yeah, he's bowled well. Bowled well. I don't know whether he's been working on his bowling, but he's been pitching his leg breaks and googlies nicely. Just the occasional full toss, but no drag downs.
You'd like to see something like a timed out or a handled ball or something. One of these that I know you can't do that now. It's obstructed. I don't even think I've ever seen an obstructed the field in a first class match. But just one or two of the real rarities. I think Sean Dixon, of course, in the Somerset camp. Slater's on strike, Aldridge to bowl to him, short down the leg side. It's one of those, was that a slow bouncer? I think it was, and it bounced again before reaching James Room. Not playing in this game, Sean Dixon. I think he's the last one to be out, handled the ball in his Kent days. Yep. One down at Canterbury that he deflected down and a little bit like Gooch-like, stopped it going onto the stumps. And again, don't hang me if I'm wrong, but I think it might have been Leicestershire appealed and he was given out handle of the ball. And the regulations were changed. Aldridge to Slater, getting there in ones if he is to get there. Moves on to 99, 257 for one. Brings Ollie Stone back onto strike.
Does that wicket go to the bowler? Handle ball?
Good question.
I think it does, but don't hang me on it. You ought to know, Grace, really, didn't you, in case they try and take it off you. If what happens? Well, it doesn't, will it?
Here's Aldridge to Stone, who plays that firmly up to Tom Banter at mid-off, and there's no run.
Scorer Gibson, I'm sure, will be all over that. Hospital pass.
I'm just trying to visualise it on a scorecard. I'm not sure that.
I don't think obstructed the field does, but I think timed out. No, timed out.
Timed out wouldn't. But,
well, it didn't. No, I've just looked at the AJ Harris one.
There's Aldridge in and bowls to Stone, right up to the bat. Plays it square of the wicket for a single.
But I think handle the ball might have done.
Could have been. 258 for one.
So this could be the moment for Ben Slater. He is 99 not out. There are 2 deliveries left in this over. Casey Aldridge is on strike. 1 or 2 in the deep for Somerset, saying, do you want us in, Skip? Do you want us in, Skip? Craig Overton just saying, give me a minute. I need to have a little look at this. So the leg side, well, yeah, they're all brought in now on the one. There they go. Like a boa constrictor around him, squeezing the life out of Ben Slater, who pulls this down the leg side and then punches the air with his right fist and then rushes towards us at the Radcliffe Road end. And again, there's a real relief, an explosion of emotion for Ben Slater. Raises his bat high above his head there with his helmet as well. 304 minutes at the crease, 239 balls, 12 fours and a 6, and very well battered Ben Slater. That's his 13th first-class 100, his 9th for Nottinghamshire, his 5th on this ground, and his first against Somerset. Well battered.
And nice to see the Somerset fielders applauding as well.
Yeah, indeed.
He's been playing in good spirit this game. 2.59 for one then, as Aldridge is into Stone short, and Ollie Stone decides against playing a pull shot at that. That's the conclusion of the 80th over. So the new ball is now available to Somerset. Just watching the umpires, see if we can get any clues as to what's going to happen. But we're not going to take the new ball because Andy Umeed has the old ball in hand. Not another over. So Dave Bracegirdle gets his wish. Another Andy Umeed over. You going to do this one, Grace?
Yep. Go on then. 2 slips in play for Ben Slater. 100 not out. Fantastic century, and this one's driven to extra cover. Does the fielding comfortably. Casey Aldridge in there. Umeed in again and again. Slater forward and defends. I agree with what you guys have been saying. I'm quite impressed with Umeed's bowling. It's not easy to bowl leg spin, especially when you say he hasn't bowled much, and he's been very consistent. Into bowl again, and this one's slightly back for length and turn towards square leg for a single.
He's getting a bit of bounce as well, isn't he? Which is obviously characteristic of wrist spinners. They do get more bounce than finger spinners, but he's getting good bounce on a slow pitch.
Is he relatively tall, Andy Umeed?
Yeah, he's about just over 6 foot, I think 6'1", something like that.
In again to Stone. Stone on the back foot defends into the hands of Tom Banton. Short leg on the bounce. Not looking as apprehensive now, Tom Banton.
Well, if he drags one down.
That's played off the back foot to mid on. No run to be taken. Final ball of the over is punched into the offside and a quick single taken. Again, good running from the pair. Final ball of the over. Stone will keep the strike. Nottingham to 261 for 1.
And watching the umpires again. Craig Overton just has a word with Neil Mallender. Got ball in hand. He's having a chat with his vice captain, Tom Kovacabor, and they've decided not to take the new ball just yet. Give Casey Aldridge another over with the old one.
One time I want to tweet about Ben Slater's century and also look up handle the ball and timed out and all that. I've got no Wi-Fi at the moment. I'm sure it'll come back in a second.
Is Aldridge in a bowls, and this is cut away through the offside by Stone for a single.
There we are.
Beach fielding on the deep cover boundary. Casey Aldridge scrapes away at the bowler's footmark. A great cloud of dust comes up.
Always look on the bright side of life has sent one into us both, Anthony. You might want to have a little look at that. That's an interesting one. Crikey. 262 for 1 is the score here. Slater on 101. Stone on 44. We love a good stat. We love a good incident that's happened in a ground, whether we're at it or elsewhere.
Yeah, Ollie Robertson, most expensive over.
Just looking
Aldridge
at that.
in the bowls and comes off the under edge. Just set a new record record for the most expensive championship over with 43. And the over was as follows: 6, 6 no balls, 4, 6, 4, another 6 no balls, 4, another 6 no balls, and a single.
It seems to be Louis Kimber, former Nottsman, who's been smashing him.
This is pulled, and that will be 4 runs. Timed that one nicely. It was short. It was that slower ball bouncer from Casey Aldridge, but comfortably pulled away by Ben Slater. Moves on to 105, 266 for 1. The lead now 156.
Just watch this over back here from Louis Kimber against Ollie Robinson, and what I'm failing to understand is that Ollie Robinson's pulled every single one of the deliveries back of a length and been pulled for 6 or 4. Struggling to think at what point you surely think maybe this is not working for me.
This is pulled again, and that's going to be 4 more. Another short ball from Casey Aldridge, going round the wicket to the left-hander. Meat and drink to Ben Slater, who's seeing it like the proverbial beach ball at the moment.
93 for none in 90 minutes this morning, Nottinghamshire.
Well, they're 160 runs ahead. So
James Rubel.
Well, we might see James Room bowling. It depends. I mean, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that at some stage Notts could declare. Don't think it's likely. Aldridge and bowls. And this is 4 runs punched through the offside. Beautifully timed. Short and wide from Casey Aldridge. Didn't really get up. And Ben Slater on top of the bounce. Just timing that away through the offside to the short boundary. And that is the 100 partnership between Ollie Stone and Ben Slater. Stone contributing 44, Ben Slater 45, 102 partnership from 176 balls. And they've made batting, for the most part, look pretty easy, just 1 or 2 outside edges that haven't gone to hand. Aldridge in a bowl short again, and this is going to be cut off by fielder down at long leg. Expensive over that from Casey Aldridge, going for 13.
Comparatively.
Comparatively. But, well, it's
Ollie Robinson would have settled for 13. And
that's 2 England bowlers who've gone for 38 and now 42.
I saw on Always Look on the Bright Side of Life's communication as well that he handled the ball, was absorbed into obstructing the field a few years ago. We've got that one. The bowler does not get credit for it. Thank you very much. Got a nice one here from Hawkey. Thank you, Hawkey. Dave, can you please give a shout out to the Nottinghamshire players? I brought 2 of my children up for the first 2 days of this match because we live down south. They thoroughly enjoyed it. The Notts boys were super. They gave their time to sign autographs, stop for a chat with them. Absolutely super stuff. Thanks, Notts. It's lovely to hear, Hawkey.
Amid then into his 9th over from the Stuart Broad end. Still those 2 slips in play, and this one's driven nicely by Ben Slater. Won't go for 4. They'll think about getting 2 and they'll get it easily in the end out to Jack Leach patrolling the cover boundary for the left-hander. Brings Slater on to 116. Stone 1 shot away from a half century. 44 not out. Amid bowls and good length delivery. Slater forward and defence.
Mandy Clark so pleased for Ben Slater to get his 100 against Somerset. He's worked so hard. Keep going, Ben. Thank you, Mandy.
Mead back at the end of his mark, and this one flighted a bit more, but near Yorker length, Slater can't quite get on top of that to drive.
At Brace Cricket and Gibb at Grace Ballinger 2. If you want to get in touch.
A Mead in again and short down the leg side and just turned in for a quick single. Good proactive running from Ollie Stone to get himself onto strike.
Is there a Grace Ballinger 1?
Don't think so. I feel like I had 2 accounts. That was the first one. But I forgot the password or something. I don't know.
Why does that surprise me?
Mead in. Once again, and Stone attempts to cut off the back foot, and there's a misfield at extra cover.
Tom Abel.
By Tom Abel. Through his hands, and only one cost in the end.
Incidentally, Louis Kimber is 121 not out in that match we were just talking about. From 74 balls, he's only been batting for an hour or so. 16 fours and 7 sixes. And Grace wants to bowl at Hove.
Mead back into Slater. Slater forward, happy to defend the final ball of the over. A good one from Mead. Not 279 for 1.
Now, I hope we're going to have with ball in hand. I don't think it's going to be Casey Aldridge. It's going to be Jack Leach, I fancy. There's Craig Overton putting a captainly hand around his shoulders. So we're going to have spin from both ends. No new ball.
Worcestershire on the brink of defeat. They're 255 for 9 against Surrey. Shah Bashir's just gone to the crease to join Adam Hose.
The end will not be long delayed. Adam Hose is still there, is he?
Yeah.
Good for Adam Hose. Formerly of Somerset, born on the Isle of Wight. There's all sorts of discussions going on out there involving James Rew, the wicket-keeper, Jack Leach and skipper Craig Overton.
Get on with it.
Well, Somerset have got plenty of overs in hand, +8 on over rate. I don't know what on earth they're talking about.
I tell you,
Are they waiting for drinks to come on?
It's getting James Rew a bowl.
I think it's a bit early for the keeper to go into
Yeah.
I think about 4:30 this afternoon. Assuming Nottinghamshire haven't declared. But it's a wonderful opportunity for these two batsmen to burnish their averages. So finally we are Jack Leach just a couple of practice deliveries to Andy Mead, and we're ready to go. Neil Mallinger's signifying that he's had enough of this hanging about, and it's about time they got underway again. Somerset slowing things down. Jake Ball doing 1 or 2 loosening up exercises. Finally, Jack Leach to bowl to Ollie Stone, who is on 45.
Yeah, you can encourage them to get on with it, but Somerset can say we've bowled this is the 26th over this morning. There's already 20 overs to go. We're +8.
Yeah.
If we want to take a time a little bit, I think we're entitled to.
Yeah, they won't want to bowl more overs than they have to, Somerset, in this heat. Leach to Stone, gives this one a bit of air, played into the onside. Tom Abel comes trotting in to field it. Leach bowling around the wicket and bowls. This is turned again into the onside, rather more firmly this time, but similar result. Abel fields, no run. Leach bowls, Stone cuts at Banton fields at cover point. Jake Ball continues his loosening up routine, which suggests that it's odd that they're going to take the new ball, having just brought Jack Leach back into the attack. This is swept for 4 runs. And that takes Ollie Stone on to 49. Do you want to do his 50, Dave?
No, keep going. You're doing all right. You're doing all right.
His second 50.
Partnerships on Nelson. Wish I hadn't seen that. We have had a Nelson strike in this game. That was Tom Abel. Superstitious, Grace?
Not at all. Not even slightly. I know, I've got genuinely no superstitions, to be honest. Just do whatever, really.
What about magpies? If you see a single magpie,
I don't even know what that means.
Oh,
1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for girl, 4 for a boy.
No, I've never heard that one.
So to neutralise the bad luck, you have to say good morning, Mr. Magpie.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good morning, Captain. How's the wife and kids and all that sort of nonsense.
283 for 1 as Leach bowls to Stone, who won't get his 50 on this occasion. That's the end of the Leach over. Jack Leach, 31 fruitless overs, 9 maidens, 79 runs. He hasn't taken a wicket in this match as Jack Leach.
We're going to have a drinks break again, by the looks of it.
Jack Leach, just 4 wickets so far. This is his 3rd game in the county championship. So he's not making the strongest case imaginable for inclusion in the England side to face the West Indies at Lords. But there isn't a huge amount of competition for the spinner's slot. I wonder if Ollie Stone's experiences at the hands of Louis Kimber is going to dent his chances.
Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, dent his chances of getting in the England side.
Yes, kids of a certain vintage were either Blue Peter kids or Magpie kids, weren't they? They were on they ran at the same time, one on the Beeb and one on ITV. You didn't have any other choices.
Those were the days.
Still wicketless on his return to his former county, Jake Ball.
Did they say that they'd taken the new ball?
No, just announcing that it was Jake Ball. It does go up on the screen, up on the top right underneath overs when they take it. So still not been taken. He might have a delivery or two just to get loose, and then they might take it. Or Jack Leach might just have been saying, I'll carry on bowling, Skip, but just so long as it's with this old ball.
Yeah, that may have been what the discussion was about.
once you've taken it, you can't untake it, can you? But you can keep going for a while if you want.
So in comes Jake Ball then. Slater pushes off the back foot. Backward point does the fielding.
More than 100 runs now in the session. 106 have been scored. No wickets have gone down. We did have a day, season or two back against Middlesex here, where the last day something similar happened. Hadn't had a wicket in the first session or the second session, and then after tea, Ben Duckett took the second new ball and got Sam Robson out for 150 or 160 or so. Only wicket that went down on the day.
Jake Ball in again, and a genuine play and miss from Slater. Through to the keeper. James Rue's been fairly quiet this morning. Not had too much to do. That's given the Somerset players a little bit to chirp about. A relatively quiet morning. Ollie Stone still one run away from his second half century of the match on the non-striker's end. Be keen to reach that milestone, I'm sure, as Ball advancing. Bowls, and this is turned slightly unconvincingly into the onside. Off the stumps by Slater and brings Stone on to strike.
Does have a double 100 to his name, Ben Slater, so he's not encroaching on any career highs for quite some time yet. His highest score at Trent Bridge, though, is I guess within reach, 142.
Jake Ball back round the wicket. Back over the wicket even. Back round the wicket. To the right-handed Ollie Stone. 49, and this one's driven but can't get past Tom Abel this time at extra cover. He's got 2 more balls left in this over. If he wants to reach that half century now. Lots of space in the square leg region. The offside covers open. Not trying to restrict Ollie Stone or put any pressure on that half century, and it hits him on the pad but looks high from here. Decent appeal from Jake Ball, but reckon just a bit high.
He looks disappointed, yet having seen Jake Ball shouting from the rooftops for some LBWs in time, it didn't seem initially with the appeal that he was overly confident.
No.
His first test wicket was Azhar Ali at Pakistan. That was an LBW.
Ball in again, and this one edged, and a fitting way for Ollie Stone to reach his half centuries. Played a few safe edges, but other than that, it's been a fantastic innings. His second half century of the game, 53 not out, 125 minutes at the crease, and off exactly 100 balls. Well battered, Ollie Stone.
Yeah, 50 in each innings for the first time in his career as well. As Grace said, very well battered. Just back to Jake Ball, his maiden test wicket was an LBW, Azhar Ali, and up went the umpire's finger. I remember interviewing him afterwards. They all celebrated, and then the batsman referred it and asked him, what was that like? The thought that you've just gone through all the emotions of celebrating a maiden test wicket and everybody's come up and congratulated you and whatever, thinking he would say, oh, crikey. He said, no, it's brilliant, Dave. He said, because then we waited 2 minutes, then the finger went up again, he was out, so we were able to celebrate it twice. So there is that side of things.
Trent Leach to bowl another over. Differing opinions on Twitter X as to Miguel Pretorius' potential in the T20 Blast for Somerset. This is driven up to Tom Abel, who gets quickly across to his right to make the stop. Ian Shepherd saying he won't get near the T20 side unless injuries hit. Andy Cleves saying he'd be a real asset in the T20 Blast, but there seems to be unanimity that he's a good cricketer and he ought to be kept on by Somerset if he's available.
What are you doing? Are you going to qualify out the South Group? Usually do.
We've just been beaten by our neighbours Gloucestershire, which hurt. But we're near the top of the South Group. It would be very disappointing if we don't qualify with five wins from 8 games. This is a defensive shot from Ben Slater. It's a strong and well balanced T20 side, Somerset. Lots of power in the top order batting. Good variety in the bowling. Leach in and bowls. Oh! Appeal for LBW for not playing a shot. Must have just flicked the pad on its way through to James Rue, who has his hands on his head. Not a bad shout, that. Haven't seen the replay yet. Leach bowls, and there's a single here as Abel is quickly in. 289 for 1. The lead now 179. We have had, this is the 86th over, which means it is the 28th over of the morning. There are 68 to be bowled after this. So even if Nottinghamshire do have a declaration in mind, which I doubt, it won't be until the middle of the afternoon, I think, at the earliest. Clock says 12:50, so probably 3 more overs after this one, depending on how quickly Somerset go about their business. That's played back to Jack Leach by Ollie Stone. Leach in his 32nd over. He's getting a good workout here, but he'd be enjoying it more if he was picking up the occasional wicket. He's in, bowls, and Stone defends. End of that over. 68th, sorry, the 86th of the innings. 68 remain to be bowled today. In theory, I doubt if we'll get quite as many as that.
Probably get 3 more in or so before lunch here at Trent Bridge. And that's 289 for 1. Elsewhere, just keeping half an eye on the events at New Road. I think Surrey still require 1 more wicket. Worcestershire 273 for 9, but they only need 5 more runs, and Surrey will have to bat again. But either way, Surrey close to another victory. It's ball bowling to Slater, pushes it out onto the offside. Leicestershire still going as well at Hove, 344 for 7. They require 120 more to win. That's looked at a long shot all the way through, but nobody told Louis Kimber he's now 166 not out, and he's hit 13 sixes. 17 fours, 13 sixes, faced 85 balls. 289 for 1. Next delivery is helped away for 4. Down to long leg by Slater. Loose-ish from Jake Ball down the leg side. And away for 4. Who was the great Nottinghamshire player who went down there and did something similar? Need refresher on that one. It'll come to me in a moment or two. But that's a phenomenal knock from Louis Kimber. 293 for 1.
Who's at the crease with Louis Kimber, Dave? Do you know?
Oh, I've just clicked off it. I didn't know a second ago. Let's find it again for Leicestershire. Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper.
Oh.
Pushed into the offside, no run. Cos made. There's another one who moved from Worcestershire in the close season.
Not bad bat either, Ben
No.
Cox.
Would be
Jake
someone.
Ball's nickname is Yak. Is that
That's
the
one of them.
nickname
Yeah.
that he got here?
Yeah,
That's according to the Cricketers Who's Who.
Lewis Goldsworthy only made 15 in that Leicestershire innings, second innings, by the way. 293 for 1. It's, through to the keeper, on loan, of course, from Somerset. It was low down, wasn't it?
It was.
Rue had to dive forward to take it, and a couple of his nearest and dearest move across to have a bit of a chat. Skipper and is that Tom Abel, the other one? Again, that alarm's going off. And now stops in the distance. 293 for 1. Another pleasing push from the bat of Ben Slater. It was 123 not out. Started the morning on 70. Got an early boundary off Jack Leach. Was stuck on 74 for an absolute age, and then the runs began to flow. Meanwhile, Ollie Stone had just picked up the tempo straight away. He was 3 not out overnight, so he's added 50 himself this morning. He's 53 not out in this fabulous partnership for the second wicket. Next ball is driven into the offside, and there's no run. Long journey for Anthony this evening, and you say there's the possibility you'll be running into the Glastonbury mob.
Tangled up with the Glastonbury traffic, yeah. Taking the same exit off the M5 as I will.
Well, what do they do for 2 days? The music doesn't start till Friday, does it?
They camp and have a good time. Drink a lot of cider. It's a very big day for some of Somerset's cider makers.
My brother's at
more money
Glastonbury.
in the
Is it? This time?
He was there 2 days ago. He's been there for ages.
Yeah, they weren't allowed in until 8 o'clock this morning, were
Yeah,
they?
that's right.
Oh, I don't know where he's been then.
Into Worthy Farm or whatever it is.
He left a couple of days ago.
They had the breakfast telly on, and they were doing the big countdown until the gate opened. And I thought, okay, you're not going to see any music for 2 days, but they're after the prime camping spots. There's a heck of a delay going on here, and the umpire again
They
says,
did slowing things down Somerset. I think they realised that we've had how many overs have we had? 29 overs this morning. They're trying to make this the last over before lunch.
Have you been, Anthony, peddling your wares?
No, I haven't. No. A cider maker's concession is much sought after. They make more profit in the 3 or 4 days at Glastonbury than the rest of the year put together. Right, we are finally ready to go. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over, his 33rd. How he would love to take a wicket. Walking in. He doesn't bowl. Just rubs his left hand in the dirt just to improve his grip on the ball. He's there now, bowling to Stone.
And is it a working farm still the rest of the year?
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah, yeah.
Or is it now just solely for the festival?
Big dairy farm. They've got a state-of-the-art rotary milking parlour.
So the poor old cows have got to listen to all that din for the next few days.
Yeah. Yes.
Worcestershire have been bowled out. Surrey win by an innings and 5 runs.
Continuing their remorseless progress towards the championship. This is Good length ball played defensively by Ollie Stone. Clock saying 12:57.
Yeah, last man was Adam Owes out for 64. Shah Bashir not out naught. Match he'll want to quickly forget, no doubt. Went for a few runs earlier in the match.
Leach slowing it down as much as he can. Tosses this one up. Played gently into the offside by Ollie Stone. To Tom Banton. Proceedings have a slightly lethargic air at the moment.
I made a
Somerset slow
mistake.
the game down.
Sorry, Anthony. I made a mistake of clicking off the Sussex page for a moment. Kimber's got a second wind.
It's Leach to Stone, back on his stumps. No run.
It seems like only a minute since I said he was 166 not out. He's 190 not out, 16 sixes now and 18 fours.
Gracious me, what an assault.
Hudson Prentice, 1 over, none for 24. That over's just finished. Wow.
£12:59 the clock says. 2 balls remain in the over. Leach to Stone outside the off stump. James Drew tosses it to Tom Banton, who gives it a good polish on the back of his right thigh. He tosses it in turn to Tom Lammonby. Andy Mead is having a long chat with Jack Leach. The ball will finally reach Jack Leach. Come on, says Ben Devon, get a move on. We know what you're up to.
The name I'd forgotten was Ted Allotson of Notts, 189 not out in an hour and a half for Notts against Sussex.
Leach bowls, and beats the outside edge of Ollie Stone's bat. And the clock has ticked around to 1300. So Somerset's ploy has succeeded, and they will go in to lunch with Notts on 293 for 1. They've added 118 runs. Is that right? No, 116 runs in the morning session in the space of 30 overs exactly. So good rate of progress. Jack Leach finishing the session with 33 overs, 10 maidens, none for 18. Jake Paul 9 overs, none for 31. So it's been Nottinghamshire's morning, as we all expected it would be.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily expect it to be a wicket-free session, but it was. Not to lead by 183 thanks to Ben Slater with his 13th first-class 100. 123 not out. Ben Slater at lunch. Ollie Stone 53 not out. See if they can get some more to increase that second wicket partnership further. Please come back and join us when the play resumes at about 20 to 2. I'll be doing an update in a moment or two for BBC Radio Nottingham, but until then, thanks to Grace and Anthony for their company this morning. Thanks to you for being there, and I hope you'll join us when the players return at 1:40. And welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody. Just today has been a couple of results in Division 1. Earlier this morning, Surrey defeating Worcestershire by an innings and 5 runs at New Road. And as we went to lunch, Lancashire completed an innings victory at Canterbury over Kent. Lancashire winning that one by an innings and 83 runs, so 2 victories in Division 1 for the away sides there. Leaves 3 Division 1 games going. The one here at Trent Bridge at Chelmsford, where Essex 83 for 2. Apparently they've not really looked like chasing after a victory target of just over 400 against Durham, and it's been very much a block sort of morning. Brought some slow hand clapping, I understand, down there at Chelmsford. Essex Durham then going on, and at Edgbaston Warwickshire they've got to be careful. 116 for 5. They require a further 382 to defeat Hampshire. Well, that's not going to happen. They've only got 5 wickets left. Division 2, all eyes on Division 2, where Louis Kimber has created a little bit of cricketing history. He's taken 43 off an Ollie Robinson over this morning, but that's only half the story, because Leicestershire set to score a whopping 460 odd, 375 for 7 at lunch, but Kimber and Ben Cox have put 200 on for the 8th wicket, of which Louis Kimber's share is 191 not out. Faced 92 balls, 18 fours and 16 sixes. So I'm guessing the lunch break came at a good time for Sussex, and they'll be hoping just to keep him a little quiet and try and get rid of him straight after lunch. Otherwise that could be one to keep an eye on. The other games going on are at Lords between Middlesex and Derbyshire, and at Cardiff between Glamorgan and Northants. We'll give you scores periodically. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Grace Ballinger is here, the Blaze opening bowler.
She's in the gym, isn't she?
I have no idea. And the former Somerset opening bowler, Anthony Gibson, alongside me to kick us off after lunch.
And it's going to be Jake Ball. And with the new ball, in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Ben Slater for the first run of the afternoon session. He moves on to 124. Some criticism on Twitter about Somerset's decision not to take the new ball when it first became available, which was 8 overs before lunch. But, Craig Overton obviously deciding that he and Jake Ball would be all the better for a bit of rest and relaxation over the lunch break.
Yeah, just give yourself a little bit of thinking time. Is it the right thing to take it? And if so, who's going to bowl with it?
Jake Ball in and bowls to Ollie Stone. Carries through very low to James Rue.
So are we thinking that Overton, for the first time in the match, will change ends?
Well, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? He hasn't bowled from this Radcliffe Road end, has he?
But having taken the second new ball, I wonder what the plan will be. We'll find out in 4 deliveries.
His ball in bowls to Stone, takes him on the pad. Go on, Bally. Obviously, his nickname, his Nottinghamshire nickname of Yak, hasn't accompanied him to Somerset, where he is Bally.
It's very formal Jacob, I think, from a few of them here, including Luke Fletcher. Jacob. Most for a lot of the time, I had Jake Libby here as well.
Sun's just breaking through as Ball bowls and gets that one past Ollie Stone's outside edge. And good carry this time through to James Rue. That's a bit more like it.
Part of strong cricketing family, of course. Jake Ball, nephew of Bruce French, former England and Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper.
Tom Abel there, go on Bally. Tom Abel standing with his hands on his hips at extra cover. Ball in and bowls. This is played nicely away through the onside. Should be 2 runs here as Lamonby makes his way across an increasingly parched outfield. It's almost whitish towards the Larwood and Vaux stand away to our left. 2 runs taken, 296 for 1. Stone on to 55. He'll fancy his chances of 100, which would be first 100 of his career.
Yeah.
First class cricket. Ball bowls and Stone defends. And that concludes the first over of the afternoon session. 296 for 1. The lead now 186. Just the 3 runs from that over from Jake Ball, who has figures of 10 overs, no maidens, none for 34.
Yeah, he started this season with only 150 to his name in first-class cricket. That, 8 years ago in his Northants days, a score of 60. But already this season he's had a 90 here against Lancashire, and obviously in this game an 83 and currently 55 not out. So 3 of his 4 career half-centuries have come in the last couple of weeks. So
new ball or not, Jack Leach is going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. So it's Jake Paul and Craig Overton and Miguel Pretorius are going to rotate from the Stuart Broad end, with Leach bowling from this end. So
the answer to your question is Grace in the gym, Dave. Can be met with a very firm no, she's here and ready to talk us through this over.
Here I am.
You've not had any gym today?
Nope.
Slacking.
Going to do a bike session later on this evening at home.
Eat out to help out.
Bring it back.
Bike session?
Yeah. On the what bike?
Got one at home?
Nah. Go to the gym in Loughborough. Leach ready to continue into his 34th over of the innings, and it's in, and Slater turns into the leg side and wicket collects. Gentle shot there from Slater, no run. Cloud cover all over Trent Bridge now. Lovely Wednesday afternoon as Leach is in again and again, turned into the leg side, but again a gentle shot and no run taken. Short leg still in play. First slip still in. Leach bowls again and again forward, and there's a shout for LB, but a futile appeal. Half-hearted appeal from keeper.
Just a feeling because Slater's sort of hiding his back behind his pad, not really playing a shot. But umpires very rarely give those.
Leach in again, off the back foot, turned into the onside once again. Another dot ball.
This new hard ball, extra little bit of bounce.
Good start to the session then for Somerset. Recharged over. I'm sure was a lovely lunch there in the pavilion, and that's turned into the leg side, but this time they do scamper in for a single. Slightly to the left of the mid-wicket fielder, Lamonby.
So I had rather a strange lunch. It was a chicken balti pie.
Oh yes.
That's how I've ever eaten a chicken balti pie before. I'm not sure I ever will again.
Did you know that was what you were selecting when you pointed?
Well, I was in my innocence. I thought it would probably be a steak and ale pie, or a steak and kidney pie, or a steak and something pie, but it was chicken balti.
Leaching again and gives it some flight, and Ollie Stone drives and straight to mid-off, and it could be a run-out chance, but he gets back safely. Even a direct hit there, and I think Ollie Stone would have been home. Set off straight away. He's a quick run between the wickets, and end of the over, Nottinghamshire 298 for 1.
Yeah, again, not a very intelligent throw from Andy Umeed. He was the one who gave away the 4 overthrows yesterday afternoon, and made it very difficult for Jack Leach to take that throw. So Jake Ball's going to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end. Sun is behind the clouds at the moment.
Apparently you're very quiet, Anthony. So either talk louder or...
I'll talk a bit louder.
Listeners are hanging on every word about your Balti Pie experience. It's the Balti Pie Company who've sent in that request.
Oh dear. It's Jake Ball then to Ollie Stone, who stands tall and drives that up to Miguel Pretorius, who is at mid-off.
Just too spicy for you? Or
No, it was a bit of a mush.
I didn't think we'd be at pie experiences this this early in the afternoon.
Still keep me going through the through the evening and the long drive back to Somerset, grappling with the Glastonbury traffic. Jake Ball in, bowls to Stone, plays a very similar shot to a very similar ball. Same fielder.
Suggesting you'll still be able to taste it then.
No. I was thinking of its nutritional value.
I think my worst pie experience, as we've already gone down that route, was at Stockport County one night, where I wasn't really fussy. I'll have any pie, and I bit into it, and it was one of those cheese pies which they've thrown up in that part of the world. Hot and molten cheese stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Painful. Ball bowls and playing a miss. Taken by James Rue, low down to his right, and Ollie Stone gives the pitch a prod. But he hasn't had too much to contend with. It's moved off the straight. A couple of edges early on this morning that didn't go to hand. One lobbed up off the shoulder of his bat. Ball in and bowls. This is whipped into the onside, but straight to Casey Aldridge at short mid-wicket.
Any pie experiences, Grace?
No. Had chicken and rice.
Did you know that pie's at $5 in Barbados and $4 in Jamaica?
No, surprisingly enough, I didn't know that.
They are the pie rates of the Caribbean.
Oh, God. Let's move on from that one.
Here's ball in and bowls. This is played again to Casey Aldridge.
That is shocking.
That's very good, actually.
Very good, Dave. I hope the listeners enjoyed that one, because I didn't.
$298 for 1, lead of 188. No sign of any quick scoring to set up a declaration.
Exactly.
Not so just going to
Graham Rowley just asking me that very same question.
bat through the afternoon. Ball in and bowls, and Stone goes for a straight drive, which again he doesn't time. Won't get a run. End of the over. Jake Ball's 11th, number 34. His figures 298 for 1, 56 to Ollie Stone, and 125 to Ben Slater. I was going to say, what's his highest? His highest is 225, not out.
2 years ago at Durham, 142 is his highest on this ground. Can't believe there's still people asking me if During lunch, do you think the two captains will have decided to set something up? No, 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 and a no.
No, I think it was going out of fashion anyway, and I think the 8 points for a draw has finally put the kibosh on contrived finishes.
Leach then will continue. Slip, leg, slip, short leg. All in for Slater here as Leach and Slater happy to come forward and defend.
I was thinking over lunch, they could play here on this pitch for another 3 days and you wouldn't get a result, would you? What have we had? It's nearly a full day's play now. And 1 wicket has fallen.
We had 21 wickets in 3.5 days.
Leach turns the ball in his hand as he bowls, and that one defended again, but this time squared upon the back foot. Ben Slater.
Yes, if you've got a low score in this game, you've certainly missed out. Real opportunity to boost your average.
Leach bowls, and this defensive shot catches the outside edge and will just be a single as short third gives chase.
I suppose it gives extra credibility to the fifers of Casey Aldridge and Dylan Pennington. 4 for Miguel Pretorius, who's had a fine game of all round, of course, good runs. But certainly a noteworthy achievement to get a fifer on here.
Seems to have looked to get easier and easier to bat on, hasn't it?
Has Leach got a wicket in the match? He hasn't yet.
No, he hasn't. No.
Stone back on strike then. No leg slip for Ollie Stone. Instead of catching extra cover, and that is left outside the off stump.
It's a bit worrying, really. I mean, what it suggests, I suppose, he takes wickets through spin. He doesn't take wickets through flight so much, which you need to be able to do if you're going to take wickets on good pitches.
Leach bowls again, and this one quicker and left alone. Once again outside the off stump by Ollie Stone. Happy to leave it out there. He's not going to be tempted into a false drive. In comes Leach, and this time defensive shot outside edge again, and short third does the work and prevents a run being taken. A good piece of fielding there. Somerset. Nottinghamshire 299 for 1.
He is at 20 to 4 today. That's set in stone on the final day. Resume at 4 o'clock, and they can play through then until 10 to 5. At which point the two captains can agree to shake hands and call it off. That's if Nottinghamshire is still batting then.
Knots have to declare, don't they?
Yeah.
So 10 minutes for the change of innings takes us up to 5 o'clock, which is the earliest it can be called off. So, Jake Ball, another over from the Stuart Broadend. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Slater. Pushes forward at that. Casey Aldridge does the fielding at cover point. Just the one slip. Craig Overton, who's done his best to make things happen as Somerset's captain for this game. But it's I wouldn't say it's a batting paradise, this pitch, because it's too slow for that. But it's very hard to take wickets on it. This is played nicely by Slater. Back cut down to Jack Leach. And that is the 300 for Nottinghamshire. 300 for 1. Slater on to 127. Partnership is now worth 128.
It's only the second time they've scored 300 or more in the county championship second innings this season. First time, of course, was at Taunton, where they were 440 for 2 when the rains came.
He's ball in and bowls, and Stone plays that up to Pretorius. Yes, that the rain sort of put that game out of its misery.
It did. It was heading towards being a little bit like this, wasn't it?
It was.
Another 20 minutes would have been great in terms of some Nottinghamshire records, all-time records being broken, I'm sure. But it did mean we got away slightly earlier, albeit soaking wet.
Ball to Stone. Peel for LBW. No. Neil Mallender having nothing of it.
Outside the line, maybe. Other than that, could have been very close.
It looked a pretty good shout. It sort of instinctively it felt like it might be out, but it wasn't. Neil Mallender must be. I suppose umpires must look forward to things happening, being called into action, as that takes Stone on the pad.
Some good keepy uppies here from Borley.
Yeah.
Big Everton fan, likes his footy. If that's not a contradiction.
300 for 1. Jake Ball plugging away. He's there in bowls. This is played nicely away, wide of mid-on. The fielder is in hot pursuit and will pull the ball in just a yard in from the long-on boundary, and they take 3 runs. That was Tom Banton. Well done, Tom Banton. Noble effort, saving his side a run.
It's a long chase to save 1 run, that, isn't it?
Very nice, especially as wearing the fielding pads.
Oh no.
Making his way quite slowly back to his fielding position for the next over.
Nothing worse than giving chase towards the boundary and it's the last ball of the over and you have to run all the way to the other end after. Or even worse, you have to bowl. Just chasing a wide one to the boundary.
Or even worse, the others kid you that, why bother? They ran 5. Why didn't you kick it for 4? That was a good chase.
Jack Leach into his 36th over of the innings. That's a big 2 days for the workloads, that, for Jack Leach. Cannot imagine bowling that many overs.
In a season.
Yeah, gosh. Here he is at the end of his mark, the Radcliffe Road end. And this is a good ball. Stone forward. Defence.
How many Charlotte Edwards Cup matches did he play?
12.
So he won't have bowled all of your 4 in all of them. So only just more than Leach has bowled in this innings.
In again, and this looks to get a bit of turn through to James Rue. Not too close to Stone's outside edge, don't believe. Pretty safe, but a good delivery regardless, as he makes his way, gets ready to bowl again, and this one similar to the last, but Stone back and defends.
Yes, we're heading towards a draw here, I think, Lisa. It'll be handshake time round about 5 o'clock. Nottinghamshire 303 for 1, going along nicely. Ben Slater has 127, Ollie Stone 59. No wickets have gone down today. Notts lead by 193 at 303 for 1. They just sort of leap on you, don't they? Like a cat jumping on you as you walk down an alley.
Leach once again bowls, and this one back foot punch to extra cover. Ollie Stone.
Get about a quarter of a second notice. Quick, you're on Radio Nottingham.
In Leach comes once again, and this is an unconvincing drive. Catches the outside edge, but totally safe, and another big chase out to that boundary towards the member stand, and this one will race away for 4, so the run was in vain, and a frustrating boundary on the final ball of his over from Jack Leach, but 4 more onto the score of Ollie Stone.
And this time it is the bowler. It's got to walk all the way back to his mark.
It's poor from Borley, because he's played here long enough to know that that was always just going to beat him to the rope, and you have to admire him for giving it absolutely everything, but he'd have known it was a long shot that he would stop that. So Stone into the 60s. Ollie Stone, the run machine. Crikey, 83 in the first innings, 63 in this. Not doing his own England prospects any harm in terms of catching the eye. Doesn't matter how you do it, you've just got to catch the eye, haven't you? But he's doing it with the bat.
It's a very well prepared pitch right in the middle of the rectangle. That, I take it from the blue lines, is that for the last game here? Or will that be the test match pitch?
Oh, it certainly won't be the test match pitch. And the next last game is a week on Friday, so it's a while away.
It's ready to go, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jake Ball going to bowl another over to the left-handed Ben Slater outside the off stump through to James Rue. Still plenty of encouragement from Somerset's fielders for their bowler. The Somerset contingent of supporters still the back of the Smith Cooper stand in the shade, but it must be a very good view from there because they're not far from the action. Ball round the wicket. Slater back on his stumps defending. Banton winning the race of the 2 Toms to do the fielding just ahead of Tom Abel.
Things have certainly quietened down at Hove since lunch, where Louis Kimber was 191 not out. He's been stuck on 197 seemingly for about the last 15 minutes, but he's obviously just hit another 6 to go from 197 to 203 not out.
Ball bowls. This is in the air. It's just going to be a single. You heard the shout of catch, but it was nowhere near. Casey Aldridge would have been the nearest to it. It flashed past him out to Tom Lammonby, who's patrolling the boundary. 308 for 1.
Followed by a boundary. So Kimber is 207 not out. Ben Cox with him on 33. They've already added 228 for the 8th wicket, of which Cox's share is 33. And Leicestershire set to score 464, a 403 for 7. They need 61 more. There will come a point where where they become favourites, and that's when there's additional pressure.
Yeah.
Nobody gives you a sniff to chase down 460, but when you're 401 for 7 and you and your mate have put 220 on, suddenly you become favourites, don't you?
It can't be far off becoming favourites. I mean, they've got two decent batters at the crease. Who will be in next for Leicester? Will it be Ben Mike?
Ben Mike hasn't battered. 7, 8, 9.
Certainly useful with the bat, Ben Mike.
And Josh Hull. Yeah, Josh Hull.
Ben Mike batting 10?
Yeah, it must be, because Scott Curry came in as a night watchman last night.
Long consultation going on involving umpire Miranda, Mickey Pretorius and Tom Banton.
We've got a little bit of shade. Must be some cloud there because the sun has disappeared. The ground, it's almost like the brightness was turned down.
Game just drifting to its conclusion, you feel at the moment. This is played firmly into the offside, but without any real timing by Ollie Stone, and Tom Abel's able to field on the bounce at a shortish extra cover. 308 for 1. Lead now 198.
Notts dropped to 7th in the table during the luncheon interval, with Lancashire securing victory over Kent, but they'll go back above them shortly.
Ball in the bowls. This is driven and will be just cut off by Miguel Pretorius, moving, scurrying to his right to mid-off.
Somerset likely to remain 3rd unless Durham can get amongst the Essex wickets. Get a fairly miserable morning at Chelmsford for the bowlers. Essex only 2 down.
Pretty miserable for the bowlers here at the moment as well. This again is driven to Pretorius. Kevin on Twitter, KM saying, surely with 9 wickets in hand, Notts could get themselves completely safe with a 350 or so lead, and then at least try and have a go at Somerset. Very unlikely, but if the game is safe, what do they have to lose? A few early wickets and fielders around the bat. Then who knows? Well, you haven't seen the pitch yet.
No, it ain't going to happen.
It
ain't going to happen. I know if I was sat on the sofa listening or watching, I'd be thinking, go on, make a game of it, but I promise you, it ain't going to happen.
End of that Jake Ball over 308 for 1.
Fraser says, one of my few claims to fame, Dave, I used to go to school with Jake Ball and play cricket with him. Moan and his mum used to drive us to matches. I think we did our ECB awards together. Once sitting for 6 to Cow Corner. Thank you very much, Fraser.
Here's Jack Leach then, once again. And he bowls, and it's a play and a miss. There's an appeal for an LBW, I think, not a caught behind. Who knows at this point, but it's not given.
Mark the Mod says, Louis Kimber with a double 100, Dave. Is that the finest innings ever recorded by a Lincolnshire-born player?
Lord Hawke was born in Lincolnshire.
Wayne Noon was. Struggling for others.
There's Leach in again, and Slater defends.
The Carters.
Lord Hawke was the sort of patriarch of Yorkshire cricket. Played for England. Ironically, given the Yorkshire, to be born in the county to play for it, he was born in Lincolnshire.
In comes Leach, and back foot defence by Slater. He's been happy to sit in here all day, really, Ben Slater against Jack Leach. It's only punished width. Leach in again, and this one he does try and drive, can't quite get hold of it, and just trickles back to bowler.
That Humber area, it's been Lincolnshire, Yorkshire, Humber side, hasn't it, over the years?
Leach bowls and Slater on the back foot. Can't have missed the stumps by much. Keeping low a bit. It has kept low on occasion, I think, today, but it's probably the only thing that's been in the bowler's favour. If that, really. As Leaching again, and could be the worst appeal of the season as Slater goes to boot it on.
Please, he's saying, please.
3 sets.
Bowl
missing.
37 overs, for goodness sake. He's just having a chat with Ben Debenham. It's all very good humoured.
308 for 1.
He's saying he can't do that, but he can't just kick the ball like that, because that's what Slater was trying to do.
Craig Overton with the helmet under each arm. I fancy it probably won't be long before Somerset bring their part-time bowlers on. I suspect Tom Banton might be the first to be given a chance to roll his arm over.
Be a long few days for Tom Banton, won't it? A lot of fielding, a lot of sitting with your pads on, and
and then no runs at all.
and then 0 off for poor lad.
Right, here comes Jake Ball for his 14th over. He's into Ollie Stone, takes him on the pad, there's a wicket! There's a wicket! Ollie Stone has gone! LBW, well, you've got a feel for Ollie Stone. But he's got 2 50s in the match. He's gone LBW to Jack Leach, 463. And LBW to Jake Ball, I beg your pardon. LBW to Jake Ball, 463. And it's 308 for 2. From the Somerset perspective, the long wait is over.
It was indeed. What was the partnership? 126, I think. Yep, something like that. Ollie Stone at the crease for 170 minutes, 137 balls and 9 fours. Terrific effort from Ollie Stone for the second time in the match. And again, he's going to be disappointed. And again, I'd say on what I've seen from Ollie Stone with a bat, that first class 100 again will come sooner rather than later. Terrific stuff. And once again, he can be very proud of what he's done in this game with the bat. Here comes Will Young.
It was pretty plumb, just watching the replay.
Umpire didn't hesitate to give it, did he?
Yeah, just playing across the line of a straight ball. A bit like a right-handed version of Tom Lammonby's dismissal in the Somerset innings.
Brings in Will Young now. He will have been sat with his pads on for a very long time over the last couple of days. That can't be fun.
Could have come in last night. I'm sure he had a say in it. Do you want to go in or send the night watchman?
Yes, they presumably asked the batsman whose turn it is whether he wants to have a go. Right, the breakthrough.
Was doing something of national importance, but not from here when the wicket went down. Just looking at Kimber with his 18 sixes, and something vaguely twigged that.
I think that's equalled the record. Andrew Simons.
Simon's 16, Ben Stokes 17 in this country. I think that's the record in this country. Andrew Simons playing for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan at Abergavenny back in 1995.
His ball to Young. This is played off his hip down to long leg Jack Leach. He's onto the ball quickly enough to deter them from taking the second run.
The most sixes in
9 for 2.
Sorry, the most sixes in this country before today. Ben Stokes 17 for Durham against Worcestershire. New Road a couple of years ago, and of course the recently departed Josh Baker, I think, came in for a bit of stick, and he hit him 5 sixes in a row. Worldwide, the record is 26 by Agarwal.
It's a good ball from Jake Ball, brings that one back into the left-hander, but just comes off the inside part of the bat out into the onside. There's no fielder anywhere near it, so they're able to go through for a single. 310 for 2, the wicket falling to the first ball of Jake Ball's 14th over. 1 for 41 he has now.
TD Agarwal, 26 sixes in his innings of 366 for Hyderabad against Arunachal Pradesh in India in the winter of 23-24.
Ball in and bowls. This is played nicely by Will Young. Square of the wicket on the onside. Lanley with the fielding. 311 for 2.
Be a lamp to 6 in the Charlotte Edwards or the Rachel Hare, Grace?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Not a 6-hitter.
Where will it come if you do hit one?
Straight, probably.
Never a bad plan. If you're going to hit the ball in the air, it's the safest place to hit it. Down the leg side, good tumbling take by James Rue. Jake Ball's still got this echelon of catching fielders on the offside. It's not quite the same configuration as before lunch, because Overton is at sort of second slip. Aldridge at a deepish gully, and Abel at short cover point. Ooh, this takes Ben Slater a midge at on the top of the thigh. Just inside his thigh pad, I think. But he's okay. 311 for 2, and a successful over for Jake Ball. 1 for 42 he has in 14.
We've got an umbrella up, but it's I'm surprised it's not more actually. It's obviously being used as shade at the on the front row of the Smith Cooper there, but a little surprised there's not more. It's not the worst idea in the world, is it, to find somewhere, and as long as you're not inconveniencing anybody else, just pop the brolly up as an extra bit of protection.
The never-ending spell. Jack Leach will continue from the Ratcliffe Road end, but will be Will Young's first opportunity to face him in this innings.
Been a wicket at Hove, but it's not Kimber. Ben Cox is out for 34, 414 for 8, chasing 460.
Leach then round the wicket to the right-handed Young, strikes him on the pad, and it looks good. It's a big appeal, but a shake of the head and hands on the hips for Leach. We'll have to have a look at the replay for that one. Not directly behind the line of the bowlers here in the commentary box.
Would have been typical, wouldn't it, what we were saying for 2 or 3 players in this game who've remained with their pads on for hours upon hours upon hours. As soon as they've got out into the middle, they've been dismissed cheaply. It's happened on both sides.
Leach in again. This time Young gets bat on it, defends, trickles to fine leg fielder. Short fine. Leach in again and again. bat and pad together. Young gets forward, pass on it once again. This one, very similar to the last, just putting it on a 2-pence here. Will Young can't say much more than that as Will Young forward and defends.
This is having a good look at Jack Leach, isn't he? Wants to make the most of this opportunity.
Absolutely, been struggling for form a bit this year, hasn't he, Will Young? And this gives him. This is cut nicely off the back foot, and a good bit of fielding means it's only one by Lamond to be out there. Could easily have raced past him, but it's a bit of a pressure-free situation for him to get time in the middle, isn't it?
Just looking at the LBW, may just have hit him outside the leg stump.
Slater back on strike for final ball. The 98th over in this innings. And he leaves it outside off, makes sure his pad's outside the line and leaves that one alone. Nottinghamshire 312 for 2.
It's good from Ben Slater. He knows that whatever happens, he's got 100 today, and he'll get a lot of the plaudits for doing that. But you don't get that many opportunities where you're allowed to bat on and on and on without the pressure of either wickets going down at the other end and the danger the innings will finish, or the game might finish, or the weather might come, or you might reach the winning post. Here he knows pretty much you can just go out there and bat for as long as you want, and this is what all the hours in the gym and in the indoor nets and running around the track and on the bike and all that are all towards, just being out there and getting these opportunities and making the most of them. And he's played terrifically well today. I think we think there was the one yesterday, wasn't there, where he edged Leach to partially obscured Overton that went down.
His ball in the bowls. And this is run off an open. Well, I said run off an open face. Jake Ball reckons that was an outside edge. It's brought him 4 runs down to third man. It was distinctly edgy. So it's an uncertain start from Will Young, surviving a decent LBW shout in the last over from Jack Leach, and edging that one. It was in the air through about 4th slip, I suppose. Craig Overton standing at 2nd slip, or where a 2nd slip would stand. 316 for 2. Ball bowls down the leg side.
Just seen the match commentator at Worcestershire, Frank Watson, just giving a summary of what's taken place there. Worcestershire's defeat to Surrey, and thanking Marie Kelly for her help on commentary. Grace's Blaze teammate.
Good
They're everywhere.
Marie.
They're everywhere.
Can't escape.
Ball bowls. And Young just dead bats that into the offside.
She had an innings last week, didn't she? Just before finals day. I looked at the score, it was like 90 for 1, and she was 77 not out or something silly.
Yeah, fabulous innings. 87 or something not out, something like that. I don't know, but a match-winning innings nonetheless. At Edgbaston, unsurprising. She's went through the Warwickshire system. Years and years at Warwickshire.
His ball in bowls. And gets Will Young in a bit of a tangle there. Just takes him on the inside of the thigh, I think. Unprotected area, just flexing his left leg. He's okay.
We'll have her here, Anthony, for your next visit. Sort something out.
Right.
It's all right, Grace.
Yeah, I'll get over it.
His ball, he bowls. And this is driven back for 4 runs. Nice shot from Will Young. Well, I say for 4 runs. It is for 4 runs. Ben Green in hot pursuit. And he would be in hot pursuit on an afternoon like this. But to no avail. 320 for 2. And the most convincing shot that Will Young has played in his innings so far. Straight drive for 4. He's on to 11. 320 for 2. The lead now 210. .55 overs will remain in the day's play. In theory, after this delivery from Jake Ball,
maybe 40 of them, I reckon.
This comes off. Oh, Jake Ball's getting quite so excited there. I suppose Will Young playing around his front pad to get it down to Jack Leach at long leg. They take the single, 321 for 2, 12 to Young, 129 to Ben Slater.
Yeah, 16 in the last hour, 2 for the 10 minutes if there was a 10 to 5 declaration, so that's 18 off. 37 more overs, do you reckon, if they play it right?
Yeah, be about right, wouldn't it?
Another 6 for Louis Kimber. He's 19th of the innings at Hove, 227 not out. Leicestershire 426 for 8.
Not far away then.
Ben Mike is at the other end. 38 required, 2 wickets left.
It's a nervy time to be Josh All with your pads on, isn't it?
Go Leicestershire.
Gosh. Unsurprisingly, it'll be Jack Leach to continue his spell. What has he got for Somerset here? Will Young to face. Slightly shaky against Minnie over before, and it's a good delivery. Young forward and defends.
Not a Sussex fan, Anthony?
No, I just feel poor old Leicestershire. Richard Ray, he doesn't get to call very many Leicestershire victories.
Leach bowls this one, and similar to the last, Young forward, lunging, defence. Watchful.
They're always named amongst those counties most likely to go bust, along with Northants and Derby.
Leach in again and again, forward and defence from Young. Allowing himself time to get himself in here.
Should the call start with those that haven't won the county championship?
Well, they have won the county championship, and Somerset haven't.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Leach in and again forward in defence, catches the outside edge as that races away. Jake Ball gives chase, and it will only be a couple. I doubt they'll want to come back for 3. They don't. 2 runs off the outside edge of Will Young's bat.
It's extraordinary, really, isn't it? As Somerset have never won it. I mean, obviously tied on points with Notts in 2010. There must have been other very, very close misses. There was the Middlesex year 5 or 6 years ago.
2016 when Yorkshire and Middlesex set up a finish at Lord's. That hurt almost as much as the 2010 business.
Young in and defends into the onside vacancy in the field, so they can get a single.
There was one with Essex at your place recently.
Yeah, and that was
recent years.
That was 2019 when it rained and rained and rained, and then.
And what was the declaration? Was it set them to score 60 or something?
Forfeited the Somerset forfeited their second innings and tried to bowl Essex out for less than 60. Then Essex complained to the ECB about the pitch, and Somerset were fined 12 points for the next season, which added insult to injury considering Essex won the wretched thing in any case. This is... Sorry, Grace, I'm interrupting you.
That's okay.
Sorry, I'm asking questions. And the Richards, both of them gone at era. I know you won white ball trophies in that time. Did they ever come close to the championship?
White balls in those days.
Well, no, you know what I mean. The limited overs.
No, not really, because Joel Garner never really stretched himself in county championship cricket. He wasn't quite the same force in the county championship as he was in the one-day stuff. So we did, it was one year, I think it was 83, I think we came quite close to winning the county championship, but never really. Whereas in the last 14 years, Somerset have been second 5 times. And
it's beyond a joke, isn't it? after so many. We've got a change. Jake Ball's got a wicket, and his reward is to be removed from the attack.
Pretorius it is, from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Will Young. Yes, the 2010 one, I mean, we had no complaints about Nottinghamshire. The complaints were aimed at Lancashire and the way they meekly surrendered those 3 wickets at the start of Nottinghamshire's.
Two very good bowlers there. Ryan Sidebottom at one end got one of them, and Andre Adams at the other.
I know, but the shot that Chandapur got out to was might as well have been giving catching practice. This is edged away through the slips for 4 runs. Pretorius stands there with his hands on his head, brings them down, slap onto his thighs. What do we have to do? Craig Overton there on his knees. He's still managing to do a double teapot even on his knees.
Kimber's just biffed another 6 and another 4. He's 233 not out at Hove. This is going to be one of the all-time great innings if he gets the Foxes home. They're 434 for 8. So closing in on an unlikely victory. 30 now required.
328 for 2 here. He's edged that through the slips again.
All I will say is he plays that shot a lot, does play it deliberately, and if the analyst or a scout or a spy had watched him play for any length of time, you would spot that. That is his favoured scoring area for Will Young. It looks edgy, but there's an awful lot of deliberate intent with that. There's a massive gap between first slip and point, and he's just fed on it.
Yeah, Craig Overton's standing at a sort of 2.5 slip or something like that, but he's gone wider now. The sound of the horse disappearing into the distance while the stable door clangs shut. Pretorius in a bowls, played back on the bounce to the bowler. 332 for 2. Will Young on to 23 with his brace of 4s down to 3rd man. Ben Slater's become a little bit becalmed. He hasn't had much of the strike in recent overs since the departure of Ollie Stone. Pretorius bowls, play and a miss. I think it was a play and a miss. He might just have withdrawn the bat at the last moment.
I would genuinely like a Nottinghamshire supporter to come on and send a message to say they wouldn't mind if Notts lost this from here, because we're still getting people tease the latest irregular. Another quick 40, then declare. Make it interesting for us.
Pretorius in bowls. This time he certainly does play and miss. It's a very good over from Miguel Pretorius, and very unlucky not to be rewarded with the wicket of Will Young. 332 for 2 at the end of it. The lead now 2-2-2.
Somerset's bowlers, and it's a fine attack, couldn't get a wicket in the entire morning session, and you're hoping that Notts would throw down a bit of corn and try and get 10 wickets in a session and a bit. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. We all love a thrilling run chase, but it has got to be a bit of a sporting pitch to give both sides an even money chance of chasing the victory one way or another.
Have got to have a chance of taking 10 wickets, and there's absolutely no prospect of taking 10 wickets in the session and a half on this pitch.
I don't know what Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington would also make. Do you fancy going out there bowling fast for the next couple of hours? It is stifling, folks, as well. Let's throw that into the mix. I know if there was a chance of victory, they wouldn't mind, but there really isn't on here. Lead is 2-2-2. We've got 53 to go in the day, but I think you can lop 18 off that. And then we'll shake hands as Leach bowls to the left-handed Slater, who's on 129 not out. And defends. It would be good draw points for Notts. I know it's disappointment that another game goes by without a victory, but likewise another game goes by without a defeat. They'll be in that little pack in the middle of the table. It looks very much as if it's Surrey running away with it, Essex second, Somerset third, and Kent and Worcestershire getting a little bit cut adrift, 332 for 2, and then a band in the middle, Warwickshire and Durham and Notts, Lancashire. There's Leach. Last ball was nudged into the covers. Leach quickly in again and bowls. And great powers of concentration from Ben Slater as again he pushes it into the cover region. No run.
He's bowling well, he's Jack Leach. Yeah. He's really settled into a nice rhythm.
Ben Mike has just been dismissed. 435 for 9, Leicestershire.
Oh dear.
Leach bowls. Slater gets his pad right across there just to make sure he's covering his stumps. Looks like the snack wagon has stopped by. Thought she'd gone for the ice cream. She's gone for chocolate, which is a brave move on a day like this, as this next one off something might be the pad. We'll have to check. Might be a leg by. Brought one of those mini rolls in yesterday. Obviously lots of chocolate. Yeah, it is a buy in fact. So it's the pad of roux. We've got treble Nelson on the board, or triple Nelson. 333 for 2 with that buy. When I opened up my little mini roll, it was just almost the size of a little chocolate spongy ball. It had all melted. Yuck. Last ball of the over. Will Young pushes it back to the England spinner, who's now through 40 overs. 11 maidens, none for 91. They used to play 40 over a side cricket. Jack Leach is playing it all on his own. 40 overs, none for 91.
He bowled 12 in the first innings, so 52 overs in the game for Jack Leach, which this day and age is a good stint.
Leicestershire require 29 to win, with Kimber 234 not out and Josh Hall just come to the crease, not out.
Let's look at his top score, shall we? Josh Hall. Very useful, this book. Is it yours?
It is. Yes. Yep. It's by the Who's Who, Playfair and Wisdom. Start of every season. Right. Mickey Pretorius in a moment. Craig Overton's just gone down to have a long chat brief chat with Jack Leach, asking him if he wants to carry on or if he wants a break. Not sure what the answer was. think he probably would want to carry on. He's been bowling quite nicely.
He'd like to go and lie down in a darkened room.
Pretorius in a bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Ben Slater, who's been on 129 for some time, not getting much of the strike. And Pretorius especially is bowling good tight lines.
Kimber's just hit his 21st six, 240 not out, 23 needed.
Josh Hull, 6 matches, 8 innings, 23 runs, higher score of 15, average of 3.8.
Oh, goodness me, I thought that was going to bowl him off the inside edge. So did Miguel Pretorius. That was nearly the end of Ben Slater. Gets away with it. Brings him a single, takes him on to 130. 334 for 2. So Somerset haven't had much luck today. I don't think it's made the slightest difference to the outcome of the game, but the edges haven't gone to hand, and the inside edges have missed the stumps. A couple of good LBW shouts answered in the negative. One by each umpire. That's not to say there was anything wrong with the umpiring decisions. I'm sure they were the right ones, but they were close. And Mead being sent down to third man. Craig Overton standing in that third slip. The only close catcher. Pretorius to Young. Gets one on middle and leg and turns it into the onside. And they won't come back for the second. Good piece of fielding by Tom Allenby. Left-handed throw. Gets a low 5 from Jack Leach. By way of congratulations. 335 for 2. Will Young on to 24 with that single. Brings Ben Slater on to strike. Pretorius bowls, and this eludes the diving Casey Aldridge. It's only going to bring him a single though. As Leach again is in business down at wide third man.
This is a nice relaxing day for the Nottinghamshire lower order, isn't it? I don't reckon they've had quite so relaxing a day yet in the county championship, have they, Dave?
There's been 1 or 2 rained off days that they've spent in the dressing room, but I don't think there are any concerns really about losing this one today. Said at the start it was probably all about milestones, individual achievements and performances, and Slater's delivered, so has Ollie Stone.
Pretorius to Will Young, who defends into the offside. Steve Pittard makes the point that statistically Miguel Pretorius has a better batting average than Craig Overton, 27.8 as opposed to 21.6. I'm surprised that Overton goes in ahead of Miguel Pretorius. It is a bit strange. He's batted well for Somerset and underlined his the credibility of his batting averages. That's played into the offside. Last ball of the over, 336 for 2, 131 to Ben Slater, 24 to Will Young. The partnership is now worth 28 since the second wicket fell, that of Ollie Stone.
We're going to have a drinks break. Like Dane Patterson, though, a lot of Pretorius' runs have come in South African domestic cricket, and with every respect to them being as tactful as I can, Dane Patterson has got a 50 in South African domestic cricket, so yeah, we'll leave it there about.
Well, Steve does actually say perhaps South African runs have a lower exchange rate.
I'm with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yes, I think that's probably right.
Well, you're not missing any cricket out there at the moment. Umpires having a chat.
First of many drinks breaks, I think, this afternoon. Thanks everybody for your company and your correspondence through the course of this game. We're just about there, Anthony. We haven't lost any play, have we? We've not gone off a bad light or spot of rain.
Sorry, we haven't
anything.
been able to bring you a more exciting day's play. First 2 days' play were pretty good, but then the pitch started to die, and it's now gone to heaven.
Luke Fletcher with us on the first day, and Ian Storymore came and shared some of his memories from a footballing career that saw him play for Nottingham Forest, Manchester United and England. He's got a book out, actually. I felt awful afterwards. I said we didn't even mention his book.
He gave you a copy of it as well.
Yeah, well.
Didn't even get any free promo for it.
Give it to Moore and he will score. So I'll plug it. Well, I'll recommend it. I'm sure more when I've got around to
recently published.
reading it.
Well,
Yes. Give it to Moore and he will score. He's had a fabulous career. Like I say, he's played for England. He's played for Manchester United in the George Best and Bobby Charlton and Dennis Law times, and for Nottingham Forest, he was paraded on the pitch at Derby as a Brian Clough signing, and that never happened. And lots of other things in a very interesting life. A great man. I hope you enjoyed our chat with him on the first day. And I can tell you from Hove, it is all over for the home side. Leicestershire have fallen just short.
Oh, no.
And it's done and dusted. Happened a moment or two ago with Ollie Robinson, I think, getting the last wicket. And that is that. 3:36 for 2, and I think it's Kimber who was last out, but we'll confirm that for you. Dramatic stuff. Out for 243. The target was 464 and the 445 all out. So they lost by, what's that, 19 runs, 20 runs, something of that order. Still having drinks here. So a Division 2 game has just finished, and of course it will stretch Sussex's advantage at the top. Yorkshire winning yesterday. They've moved up the table a wee bit, but Sussex and Middlesex, the two sides at the top of the pile there.
Any sign of any positive results in the First Division?
Positive what the result is going to be here, if that's what you mean.
Wins. Losses.
Don't think there's a great deal of movement happened since lunchtime.
Looked like Essex 143 for 2.
It's the longest drinks break of this season.
Warwickshire 6 down, so it's possible that Hampshire will win. Looks like Derbyshire are going to go down at Middlesex.
Chris Nash, latterly of this parish, former Sussex player, of course, a couple of years with Notts, has just tweeted, "That was the most ridiculous innings I've ever seen." So, testimony of how good Louis Kimber's innings was today. 243, but it ends in defeat. There's Casey Aldridge. I've not done an over for a while, and I've been following that. So, the left-handed Ben Slater tucks this onto the leg side, out to presumably Lammonby. He's a long way away from me, but the fact that he picked it up and hurled it in left arm is the one clue that I'm clinging to. Andy Umeed is turning his arm over. We need more Andy Umeed in the bowling attack this afternoon. Casey Aldridge with 5 on the back of his Somerset shirt. Comes in, passed on by Devon and bowls, and wide-ish delivery. It was always moving further wide, short of a length. Plenty of bounce there and carry through to James Rue. Young went for the cut but got nothing on it. As I mentioned 2 or 3 overs ago when Anthony was commentating, gets a lot of his runs down to third man, and there is protection down there. Overton at slip has gone almost to gully. Full slip gully region. He's a big man. He's trying to cover all bases there. Aldridge in again. An edge to the left of Overton for 4. There you go. 341 for 2. His wagon wheel again will show a boundary down to third man along with the others. But when you've only got one, it's guesswork. It's gut instinct. Yeah, it's just hoping that on the day you've gone in the right place. It probably was angled down in any case, but we'll never know.
A very difficult catch, even if he'd been standing a yard to his left.
341 for 2.
Been dying on him.
Will Young will enjoy these runs that he's totting up. It's been a fairly bleak time since that run-laden innings at Taunton in April, and he's not scored many through the blast. Aldridge bolts to him again wide of the off stump. They're almost feeding that area. Went to cut it, again missed it as it goes through to Rue. I guess it's one for the analysts, isn't it? Somebody's strength obviously is where they score most of their runs, yes, but is it also their weakness if they're caught out in that area as well? So what do you do? What do you do, Grace? You must have been sat in there while the analysts have been saying to you, she gets a lot of runs through gully, but she also gets out a lot in gully. So what do you do? There's Aldridge into bowl to him, and he'll again cut this, but we'll get a single.
Well, the way we like to do it, the way we like to play our cricket, we go the aggressive way, and if it's a big player, if it's a key player, and it's a risk to leave something open, and you might get a couple go for 4, but you might get a wicket from it, then I suppose that risk reward's worth it, isn't it? Early doors anyway, talk about in the power play when you're looking to take wickets, and if it means you get a bit of tap but you get the wicket at the end, then it's worth it, isn't it? It's worth a gamble. You a gambling man, Brace?
If the odds are in my favour, but no, not generally. As it's pushed into the offside. And there's no run. 342 for 2. No, not really, the answer to your question.
Fair enough.
Can't really expand on that. Have been inside the odd turf accountants over the years, just to pass the time of day and perhaps spend a shiny threepence on something, but no, not generally. 342 for 2. I know it's very much part and parcel of a lot of people's weekend. Maybe a sporting bet, an accumulator on this, that, or t'other, but no, I've never really gone after it in even a small way, let alone a serious way.
No, me neither. It's Pretorius. In from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Will Young, and for the umpteenth time he nicks that wide of Overton, but there is a third man in place. Big Ben Green down there in his white, not particularly floppy sun hat. It's got quite a stiff brim to it, more like a sort of white Homburg.
I played the odds a little bit with Lee Westwood, who I won't say I got to know him well. I didn't get to know him well at all, but I wrote a Nottingham Forest book 20 years or so ago, and he kindly wrote the foreword, and I always thought that he was destined to win one of the golf majors.
It's Pretorius in the bowls. This is driven off an open face, just be a single. 340 3 for 2.
And it must have started with one of the family members saying, you know, the Opens this week, or the US Opens this week, or the Masters is this week, and, you know, I'm going to put something on the winner. Do you want? Yeah, oh yeah, right. Put me £2 on Lee Westwood, and he would have come close because he did that, didn't he? He always seemed to come close. He had a lot of runners up, and it almost got to the point. Right, he's been runners up and runner up and runner up in the last 2 or 3. We'll have another £2 on him, and all through his career. Did he win a major, Anthony?
He didn't.
No.
As you say, he came very close. This one doesn't bounce as much as some. Will Young gets it out into the offside. Umid fields 345 for 2. Was he? Where was he pro? Was he pro at Hollingwell?
He's born in Worksop, and he played a lot from Worksop Golf Club. But is it Close House in the northeast near Newcastle? When that opened, he, you know, I think he became the honorary club pro or whatever up there, and sort of a lot of his big corporate client days were up there.
Pretorius in and bowls to Slater, who is on 133. Partnerships worth 37. I don't think he's contributed very many of those because Will Young has 31 of them.
But over the course of a 4-day golf major, if you can't afford to lose £2, then don't do it.
Pretorius to Slater. Must be tired out there, Ben Slater. He's been batting a long time. What time did they start yesterday afternoon? It must have been around about this time yesterday afternoon that Notts went out to bat in their second innings.
That's a jolly good question.
He's faced 302 deliveries, which is 50 overs worth. So he's probably been batting, well, almost exactly a full day, as this is played into the offside and he picks up a single 134. Because if he's faced 50 overs, then that chances are 100 overs have been bowled.
It was 5 hours on his 100. It was 302 minutes, and
he's been out there another hour since then, hasn't he?
Comfortably, yeah, if not more, actually.
346 for 2. 134 to Slater, 31 to Will Young.
Have you got a red hot tip for me, Grace?
Nah, I'm right at horse racing.
You're all right at horse racing.
Terrible at football bets. I need to give it up.
You need to stay off it. Yeah.
I need to give it up.
Do indeed. Horse racing, I don't know. I think I'll just brown with a leg in each corner, aren't they?
Very insightful, Dave.
That's as good as I can get.
Shall I do an over? Haven't done one in ages.
Better work for your money.
Exactly so. As in comes Aldridge. Slater defends, good length delivery. Aldridge just to field him one-handed off his own bowling.
So is there a solid 50 over practice session before the weekend?
Yeah, back in training tomorrow. We obviously had a few days off.
So where's that? Here?
Yeah, at Lady Bay. Following finals day, and I thought, what better way to spend my days off cricket than with you, Dave? So I've been here. Yep, I think some of the girls playing in the second team fixture, the rest of us.
So it's the first day you're all back together, really, since the weekend?
Yeah, it is. Aldridge in again, and that is down leg side, and Rue gets a hand on it, but it will be probably buys, which is slightly harsh because it was a full length dive to his right.
Yes, very harsh.
But it will be buys to James Rue. Difficult stop.
We've asked you before, I know, but you don't have, like in men's cricket, you have specialist 20 over players and 50 over players. You all just get lumped in the same.
Yeah, like in the sense that in men's cricket you might have people on, for example, Freddie Heldrich at Northants, he's on a white ball contract, isn't he? We don't have that because obviously there's no red ball, as Aldridge in again, and this is cut off the stumps, but no run scored. You obviously have people that are better suited to certain certain formats, and they might play only in the T20 comp, or they might only play in the 50 over comp, but no, I suppose no one's on an exclusive contract.
And your role, assuming you picked, again you'll do the power play overs at the top?
Yeah.
With?
I'm actually not sure. In comes Aldridge, and this strikes Slater on the pad, but was going down. We can see from here, even though we're not directly behind, was more of a plead, if anything, a beg from Aldridge, but clearly going down. You can tell by the shot he tried to play. Don't know who will open the bowling, actually. We got plenty of bowlers, so.
You haven't got Nat Siver-Brunt, but she's taken a wicket at Chesterley Street, where England well on top in that first ODI against New Zealand. Or is it the only ODI? I think there's a succession of T20s. New Zealand 135 for 9 there.
Aldridge bowls in a beautiful cover drive by Slater. That could just be shot of the day for me. Just lent on it, fabulously timed as it races through extra cover. 4 runs, brilliant shot.
Charlie Dean 4 for 25. Sophie Eccleston 2 for 26. Sarah Glenn 3 overs, none for 12. The spinners obviously are doing their job, keeping New Zealand quiet. 135 for 9. So England well on top in that one. There's coverage of that on 5 Sports Extra throughout the remainder of the day.
Last ball of his 12th over, then Casey Aldridge goes short, and that's pulled away, and it will pick the gap between fine leg and square leg. A brilliant shot, tries to rectify from that fuller delivery before, and actually kicks up a bit of the wicket there, Casey Aldridge. I'm not too sure that the Notts groundsman or the umpires would be too impressed with that display, to be honest.
Slater's equalled his highest score at Trent Bridge of 142. Still got power to add.
Colin on Twitter says, of my remarks about the heavy roller, are you saying, Anthony, that the heavy roller or any roller should be banned after or even a certain time before the match starts? Sounds a great idea. Will the ECB back you up changes for the next rounds? Well, I'm not actually suggesting any solution. I'm merely pointing out the problem. I'm not the only one to do so. I mean, Miguel Pretorius raised it when I spoke to him last night. I've heard Jason Coe saying the same sort of thing about wickets down at Taunton, which have been not dissimilar to this one here today. So it's not a question of Somerset being blameless in this regard, but I do think something has got to be done about it, because it's just leading to some pretty dull cricket. If bowlers can't take wickets, or it's very, very difficult for bowlers to take wickets, it sort of it unbalances the whole game. It's Andy Umeed to bowl to Will Young. Umeed coming back into the attack for his 10th over, which is more overs than he's bowled in the innings so far in his first-class career. He's got one slip, Craig Overton, and that's turned into the onside for a single. Puts a nice bit of body into his action, does Andy Umeed. Turns his whole body round as he bowls his wrist spin. He's got 3 saving 1, a slip, and 2 men out. Bowls now to Slater, who's on the back foot, punching this through a gap on the offside.
High score here then for Slater, 143. Sure, I've seen Lammonby bowl. Did they not bowl at Taunton? Is he another option?
Who?
Tom Lammonby?
Well, I don't think he likes bowling. He is an
Fair
option,
enough.
you're quite right. This is defended by Will Young. I mean, he bowls left arm seam up. And,
No, thanks, Skip. You're all right, mate.
But he's bowled hard. He had back in 2021. He had 2022. He didn't bowl much because he had a foot injury. I think he lost confidence because of that and was played into the offside. And he hardly bowled at all last season. Although he's...
It's a quick update for Radio Nottingham. Very much so, yes. Nottinghamshire 358 for 2 now, though. That doesn't mean we have had a wicket today. Ollie Stone, who came in last night as night watchman, fell for 63 to former Nottinghamshire player Jake Ball. Yesterday, Asiba Mead out for 91. His opening partner, Ben Slater, 143 not out. This will be a handshake time. Round about 5 o'clock, 358 for 2 Nottinghamshire as we head towards the draw.
And here he comes. Tom Lammonby to have a bowl. Left arm seam up.
Looks excited, doesn't he, as he trudges over with his head down.
You see,
he's not a bad bowler.
See,
I mean, when he started with Somerset, he was regarded almost as an all-rounder. But his bowling has been less and less of a factor the longer his career's gone on.
What about that then, Grace? You give me no credit at all. I was, just trying to come up with a game plan there for Somerset. What about that?
Very good, Brace. Very impressive. I bet you saw him warming up, didn't you? I suppose a positive that can come out of this probably pretty long and gruelling day for Somerset in the field is that Andy Amid has bowled quite nicely, albeit in a low pressure circumstance, but gives him, as you said before, another string to his bow and a good option for Somerset in future, because if he's going to play as an opening batter anyway, he's bowled nicely, I think. Pretty consistent for a leg spinner, especially one that's barely bowled. Works hard, doesn't he, Andy Amid?
He does.
Hard-working cricketer.
Yes, he's not had the easiest cricketing background. Let go by Warwickshire and then falling out of love with the game, heading off to Australia and then playing a few games out there, which reignited his interest.
Let's have a look then. Lammonby, left arm over. It's decent first up, just good line and length. Defended into the offside for a single by Slater.
Doesn't look overjoyed at being asked to bowl.
Does not look happy at all, does he? Trudging back after one delivery. Jack Leach should be saying to him, hold on a second, mate. I've bowled 40 here. You're moaning after one ball.
So he's bowler number 7. Who else haven't we seen then? We've not seen Tom Banton. Not seen Tom Abel. We've not seen the keeper. Who's the other one? Cola Cadmore.
Cola Cadmore.
Another good length delivery then. Putting it right on the money here, Lammonby.
Tractor. Go on, Lammers!
Is he a farmer?
No. No.
Does his name rhyme with tractor?
No, he's Mike Salis is called.
Lamby in again and again on the stumps. Young can do little more but defend. One run off the first 3 deliveries and all 3 pretty good. James Rue standing up to the medium pacer, left armour.
He has opened the bowling in 20 over cricket, Tom Lammonby. Not with any great success, but
In again, and this one turned into the onside. Should just be a single, a good rolling stop to the right by substitute fielder Ben Green, and it is just one run. He's got a nice action.
He has.
He's got a smooth action.
Yeah.
Looks pretty effortless.
Should be outlawed left arms.
No comment.
Is he quicker than you, Grace?
Yeah. I reckon so. In comes Lammonby, and this is full and driven by Slater. Again, Ben Green doing the fielding. Just one run.
No, 3 runs. It's no ball.
What? Oh. Can happen. Happens to the best of us that front foot no ball. But won't be too costly. No free hits in red ball cricket, of course.
Should there be? Should
No.
I don't see why not.
Stop them doing it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Lambie in again, and dot ball this time keeps his foot well behind the line.
Just add a little bit more fun to the game, wouldn't it?
Mm.
And as you say, it would act as a deterrent.
Well, I don't think anyone means to bowl him, in fairness.
There's a line there, Grace. All you got to do is have part of your foot behind that line.
Easier said than done.
No. No excuse.
Lammonby in, and this one turned into the onside, and quick single by Will Young, a safe one in the end. 6 runs then from the
Lewis
over.
Gregory is the Somerset's biggest no-ball culprit. He bowls a no-ball for about once every 30 legal deliveries.
I'm a no ball culprit myself.
Oh dear.
Why?
Don't do it on purpose. That's why I've got my little markers in. You ever seen those 4 little markers
Oh,
I
yeah,
put out?
we've seen all those.
Yep.
We've seen all those, but there's a line there.
Yeah, but you can't see that, can you? When you bowl, really. You're not looking at the line when you're running to bowl. So if your rhythm takes you over that line...
Does the umpire tell you if you're getting close?
Yeah. I put these little... I suppose you wouldn't have seen it, Dave. I put these 4 little markers down. I put a spray paint line, my takeoff point. I put these 4 markers down. And it keeps me behind the line.
It's like a Banksy mural, Anthony, it is, when she's out there.
Craig Overton's gone off. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore is in charge on the field. Comes into slip.
Is it 20 past or 22? Tea break.
22.
22.
22.
Andy Mead to bowl another over from the Stuart Broad end.
As if Kohler-Cadmore's trousers... Oh, they've come down now. No, they haven't.
Touched on Rishi Sunak's. This hitches them up. That's defended by Will Young.
See, it's on the live stream. It hits them right up. They were... I don't know if they're long shorts or short longs for a moment.
Andy Mead polishing the ball. Not something that spin bowlers often do. Traditionally do. This is played up to Tom Banton at mid-on. There's no run. 364 for 2. 254 is the lead. Mead's in and bowls, and Young is stretching forward. So if Notts were to declare now, Somerset would need 255 in 43 overs, which would be interesting. It's not going to happen, but it would be an interesting challenge. Umeed to Young, and this is short, dragged down and pulled away by Young. Didn't time it particularly well, but the outfield is really fast out towards the Larwood and Bow stand. And that's 4 runs. And that ball got exactly what it deserved. It's the first really bad ball that Andy Umeed's bowled in this spell. 368 for 2. Young on to 38. Slater not far short of 150. Mead. Young is back on his stumps, turning this down to deep square leg. Casey Aldridge field sends in a good return to James Rue. Clouds have thinned overhead, lots of blue sky. It's very warm here at Trent Bridge. 369 for 2. Umid, last ball is over. This is edged and not far away from Kola Cadmore at slip. But it's gone for 4 down to third man. You probably heard Umid saying catch, but it wasn't a catch. It landed, I think, just short and to the left of Tom Kola Cadmore. Did his best to at least make the stop, but couldn't do so. End of the over, 373 for 2, 39 to Young, and Ben Slater on the verge of 150 on 149.
Yes, it's his third highest score now in first-class cricket. 225 not out at Chesterley Street, obviously against Durham. His highest score from a couple of years ago, and in the COVID year of 2020, first game of the season, or first 2 games of the season, he was allowed out on loan to Leicestershire, and he scored 172 on debut for them in a match played against Lancashire at New Road, Worcester, because Leicester was off limits due to the COVID restrictions.
Do you want to do this over, Dave?
There's Lammers, then Tom Lammonby comes into Will Young, and Young, the right-handed New Zealander from Taranaki, drops this on the leg side to Tom Abel, and there's no run. Craig Overton rushing down to have a word with his bowler. They've got a plan, a cunning plan, one that Baldrick would be proud of. And the Somerset captain runs back. Where's he going to stop? Showing that Lammonby is pushing it through, because he's quite a respectful distance back there at slip, Overton, and indeed fired quickly outside the off stump taken by James Rue, who was standing up and is now walked all the way back to have a chat with Overton. I think he's going to remain standing up to the wicket. Still all day. The flag has disappeared. The standard, the bed sheet that Somerset
Polly's
brought
put
with
it
them.
in a case, ready for departure.
Yep. Next delivery on its way, and again wide of the pegs, well taken by Rue. So the only one we've got above the pavilion is the green Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club flag with the white lettering and logo on it. A couple of, has to be said, fairly sorry looking sponsors flags above the Hound Road stand, and I only say that because they're just hanging limply almost round the flag, round the flagpole. Not saying that in any derogatory terms towards the sponsors, it's just the flags from here, they're just hanging so limply. It's always nice to see a flag stand. There we are. You can that's the Nottinghamshire one above the pavilion on the live stream. .373 for 2. It's Lammonby in again, and this has run out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I think, as you say, I think Polly Rhodes carries or takes the flag from venue to venue, and I think here at Notts, round about this time of day, we've always noted that it's been brought down, ready to hand to the scorer during the tea interval. So I'm sure that's all taking place. Make sure they don't leave without one of their prized possessions. Wonderful thing it is too. Lammonby bowls this time down the leg side. Would have been a leg side wide in white ball cricket. That's the end of the over. We've had 110 overs in this innings. 373 for 2 knots. They lead by 263. Again, more drinks and towels and spare gloves being brought on for Slater and Young. Slightly odd time in there with Ben Slater on 149 not out. Might have wanted a moment to celebrate if he does get another single and just commemorate the milestone. Craig Overton's keeping them going, keeping them pumped up. I mean, he hasn't turned to a couple of those names I just mentioned who haven't yet had a bowl and said, you know, go on, just have a few joke overs, see if you can get us a wicket, have a bit of fun. As sometimes happens, that might come into play from 4:30 onwards, but at the moment he's still doing everything he can to get wickets, and for that he should be applauded. Next match for Notts starts Sunday. If you can force us in as part of your weekend plans, hopefully I'll be at Trafalgar Road, isn't it? Trafalgar Road ground at Southport with Scott Reed. I think Bumble, the esteemed Mr. David Lloyd, is going to be with Scott and I on day one, so that'll be something to look forward to. Yeah. Beside the seaside, donkey rides, a sticker rock, bit of candy floss, ice cream.
You'll be in the tennis club, won't you?
Certainly was the last time, 12, 13 years ago.
Well, I was there.
Scott's making preparations for us to be outside, which I'm slightly concerned about, especially if it's as hot as this.
It's Umeed to bowl his 12th over, and that's a wide. Is it a wide? Yes, it is a wide.
Wide?
Didn't look that wide.
Can't be wide.
But he spread his arms. Did he not?
Never. Yeah, I don't doubt you, but.
Well, I don't think it was a wide.
No.
No run gone up on the board. Just having a bit of exercise. Neil Marinder has played into the offside by Ben Slater, who's looking for the single for his 150.
And you'll be at Taunton.
Warwickshire, the visitors. Just hope the pitch has got rather more in it than some recent pitches at Taunton. This is shorter and quicker and played away by Ben Slater for his 150. Fine innings from Ben Slater. 150 from 317 deliveries with 19 fours and 6. He lifts his bat to acknowledge the applause around the ground. Gets a congratulatory low five from his batting partner Will Young. Well batted, Ben Slater.
Very well done indeed. Third highest score of his career. 7 hours he's been at the crease now, Anthony, just over.
We made that to Young, who's back on his stumps, playing this into the offside by Tom Abel. Will Field, 374 for 2. I think we can categorically rule out any declaration now. Umeed, this is shorter and quicker. But, same outcome, played to Abel in the covers. No sunshine at the moment. It's just very, very warm. The outfield is changing colour almost before our very eyes, going from green to straw coloured. This played back to the bowler. End of another over. Umeed's 12th. He's bowled one maiden, conceded 40 runs. Hasn't yet taken his first wicket for Somerset. 374 for 2, 39 to Will Young, 150 to Ben Slater.
Great knock from Slater. Really chipped in when needed. It's always nice to break that duck. It's 7 years running now as a Nottinghamshire player. He's scored at least 100 every year. So nice to keep that going. 19th first class 100 of his career. Third time he's reached 150. The only two milestones ahead of him is career best 225, and the one below that was 172.
It's Lamby then to continue, and it's played late off the back foot, just pushed in to the offside by Slater. Quick single run between the pair. This would be good for Will Young as well. Struggled with form of late, but he's batted nicely so far for his 39. Be wanting to push forward and get a score. Still one slip. Keeper up and two men out on that short boundary towards Smith Cooper stand at fine and square, and it's defended by Young. He hasn't really taken it off sixpence here, Lamby. He's been very consistent in his first 15 balls or so. Trudges back to the end of his mark. Seems to be enjoying it a bit more now, Tom Lamby. Didn't fancy the first couple of overs, I feel, and this was turned into the leg side. Mid-wicket gets round quickly. Sharp bit of work there by Tom Abel. Good fielding unit, Somerset. Although they've not had much in the way of opportunities in the field, have they? They've not had anything, in fact. No catches, not even in the slip cordon. Lamby in again, and this pushed straight back foot by Young.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's been nothing today, has there? There's been one or two sort of very optimistic, half-hearted LBW shouts, but nothing by way of a chance. Is that Banton?
It is.
The more you look, the more you see. Tom Banton's just turning his arm over.
Lamby in again. Young can do little more than defend. What does Tom Banton bowl? Bit of off spin?
Yeah. Cool.
He's a pretty good keeper, isn't he?
He is. He's for a tall lad. He keeps very well. Makes good use of his reach as well, and he keeps in white ball cricket for Somerset.
Lamby in, and this driven to mid-wicket. Only 7 runs conceded from his 3 overs, Lamby, and will we be seeing Tom Banton now?
I think we will. Although, where's he going? No, doesn't look like it. Looks like he's going off, actually.
He's seen enough.
Which is a shame. Yeah. And
takes his cap off to acknowledge the applause of the crowd. Is he still wearing his fielding pads? Is that why he's going on?
I don't know. Who's the fielder out there? He's leading all the clapping.
It's Tom Kohler Cadmore, isn't it? Right. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He was doing all the clapping for him and getting the crowd involved. So sub-fielder on. Benny Green again, I presume.
It is, yeah.
Umeed. Oh, and he's got a bit of turn here. It's possibly 4 byes. It is. It's just turned away from the left-handed Slater. Deceives James Rue. Overton tried to stop it. Needs a helping hand up from his wicket-keeper there. Craig Overton down on the ground. A lot of smiles between the two of them. Spirit's good out there on the field. It's a tough old day. 4 more to the extras column. 35 extras, 379 for 2. The over begins with 4 byes. Andy Umeed isn't penalised. It's a good delivery actually, but turned out of a foot mark. Where's number 1, which says an awful lot about his character, no doubt. It usually does. This is pushed into the offside. He
Yeah.
got to be a very special person, Grace, to wear number 1, haven't you?
Yeah,
He's very
exactly
understated
so.
cricketer, Andy Mead. Oh, Grace is a number 1, is she?
You picked up on that nicely. 379 for 2. Next delivery. Dropped on the leg side, and it was a shall we moment. And they shan't. No run. 15 minutes to tea. Who knows what will happen afterwards? Worth coming back just to find out if James Rue will have the pads on, or it'll be somebody else. Seen Marcus Trescothick, I think, take the pads in the past in this fixture, and game's drifting towards an inevitable conclusion. This is pushed into the offside.
That was a very sad occasion, that was, because Joss Butler was in the side, and rather than give Joss Butler the pads, Marcus Trescothick took them when Keys Vetter decided he wanted to have
That's
the ball.
right, that was right.
And that shortly before Joss Butler left Somerset for Lancashire.
Mead bowls, and Slater a little drop and run. Been out there over 7 hours, and he's still happy to drop it and sprint down to the other end. Gets the single, 380 for 2.
2013 that was.
And then we talked, I think, on the first day.
Dave Nosworthy, who was the director of cricket, effectively engineered Joss Butler's departure.
Who Mead now to Will Young, blocks this one, and then of course Craig Keyswetter then picked up the nasty injury and lost not one but both very talented wicket keepers.
Brian Rose
for
always
2.
said that if he'd been in charge, he would have given Butler the gloves, because England were insisting that Joss Butler had the gloves, certainly in white ball cricket. And he'd have made Keyswetter captain and batted him at number 4, and he reckons that would have kept them both happy.
Grace's chauffeur just gone over the ground in the helicopter.
That was loud, wasn't it? That was loud.
It's one of those Nottingham City tours.
But as far as Joss Butler was concerned, that occasion when Trescothick took the pads, that just put the tin lid on things.
We haven't had a complaint about the ball up to this point in the day. I think that's what they were doing, yeah, seeing if it'd go through the gauge or not through the gauge, as the case may be. But yeah, you can have this ball back.
Cricket must be the only game ever invented where you get an entire day of frankly pretty pointless cricket. So there's still quite a lot of people here. That's Lamont. Is it me? No, it's not me. It's you, Grace. Sorry.
That's okay.
Brace or Grace?
That was a single turned into the leg side by the left-handed Slater.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If there wasn't a crowd here, you could say, right, everybody knows it's a draw and let's go home. But there are people, I know there'll be members here who just shown they can't, but there will be people here who will have paid money to come in and see it. And it's the entertainment business. Entertainers.
Lammonby into Young. Young pushes into the offside. The substitute fielder Green comes round and prevents a run being taken. Gosh, my hay fever's just abysmal today. It's so bad.
Can't see you being fit for the weekend.
I think the pollen rates are dropping.
Strong in Beckenham.
But it's sky high. Actually, you're probably all right in Beckenham. It's right in the middle of the city.
Sky high at the moment. Indeed. Lammonby then. Left arm over the wicket, number 15 on his back. That's short and cut nicely by Young, but deep point out there, so it'll just be the 1 run. Well timed shot by Will Young.
I think Don Topley's asked after a little bit of sympathy, envious of our weather, because it's not great in Guyana.
That's often the case, isn't it? It can be very rainy in Guyana.
I can remember one of the England tours there where they had fish on the outfield.
Lambie in and outside off and left, and just takes the deflection off the gloves of Rue. Luckily slips there to prevent any more buys. Been quite a few buys today.
Is it the border at Georgetown, Guyana? And I think there was an England test years ago when I was a lot younger. I can remember listening to it, and the commentator, the broadcaster, saying there'll be no play today. It's flooded, and we can even see fish on the outfield.
It's Lambie in, and this just all hand-eye, all timing from Slater. Just pushes it towards the Smith-Cooper stand boundary. 1.
I don't think they play at that game at
No,
ground
no,
anymore, do they?
No. It's a shame in a sense that some of the famous old grounds like St John's in Antigua, the Wreck at St John's, they don't play there anymore.
Lambie in and bowls straight at the stumps, and Young defend. End of the over. Nottingham 383 for 2. They lead by 273 runs.
Well, that's progress, Anthony. That's progress if you've got the chance to build a brand new sparkling.
Tom Banton is coming
venue.
back onto the field of play. Will he get a bowl?
He's come on 10 minutes before the tea interval. I think I'd have been in the queue for a cup of tea and a slice of cake if I were him. He's coming back.
Must just taking his fielding pads off, I think.
Where were we at the start of play? 177 for 1, so 206 for 1 today.
206 for 1. In 42, 66 overs. 56 overs.
And if you've been with us, since the start, thank you very much.
Right, Andy Umeed to bowl his 14th over. He's bowling to Ben Slater, who's on 154. Slater's back on his stumps. They think about a single, and he's sent back. Is Will Young by Ben Slater. Wisely, Lammonby fielding to his left, and he is a left-hander. And would have had all 3 stumps to aim at the non-striker's end. Umeed is in and bowls quicker and turned into the onside. Just firing that one in towards the left-hander's pads. You any good at picking googlies?
Nah,
Grace? No, me neither. I never could.
not a clue, to be honest.
There's Umeed. This is a full toss and 4 runs. Swept away by Slater. 158. He moves on to 387.
Just 2 games going on in Division 1 after earlier Lancashire defeated Kent by an innings, Surrey defeated Worcestershire by an innings at Chelmsford, where there were slow hand claps in the morning session. Heaven knows what's going on now. 163 for 2, Essex still only 2 down, century for Edgar. Wesley's 40 not out, been at the crease nearly 4 hours for his 40. They still require 270 to win, but it seems like it's just head down and deny Durham.
387 for 2 as Umeed bowls to Slater. This is short and well fielded by Tom Lammonby, who was sort of bent over just now as if he was in a certain amount of distress, but he seems okay.
The other games at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 201 for 6. They're hanging on a bit as well.
Umeed bowls, tosses this one high It's played out through the offside by Slater. Just for a single. Casey Aldridge with the throw.
Best chance of a decent game's at Cardiff, where Glamorgan have just started their second innings. They're 21 without loss. They've been set 2-6-2, so that could get exciting later on. 21 for none, chasing 2-6-2. That's Glamorgan against Northants.
Not much prospect of excitement here, I'm afraid. Nottinghamshire leading by 278. Mead bowls, full toss, played wide of Tom Banton, and that will be 4. And Mead just losing it in the last couple of overs. A couple of loose deliveries, long hop and a full toss.
This is
2 full tosses in that over. 392 for 2, 159 to Slater, 40-40 Young.
Will Young's second highest score this season. 174 not out at Taunton, but his other scores 27, 5, 27, 22, 0, 14, 2 and 19, so he'll be grateful to get out there and get a few runs, and he'll want a few more. The one game I haven't given you is at Lords, where Derbyshire 143 for 7 need more than 250 still to win that Derbyshire, but more realistically Middlesex need 3 wickets, and should they get them, they'll keep the pressure on leaders Sussex, who won earlier against Leicestershire in an absolute thriller.
Sam Hain and Michael Burgess holding up Hampshire for Warwickshire.
Lammonby into his 5th of the spell in, and Slater pushes onto the back foot and defends. 332 deliveries Slater has now faced for his 159 not out. Partnership up to 84 between Slater and Young.
Real marathon effort, isn't it? Out in the heat.
Seriously impressive, just to not let your concentration slip at any point as Lamby's in, and that's full outside off, left alone, and a deflection off Rue's gloves again. Struggling here a bit with standing up, Rue, but didn't cost any buys.
Yeah, pitching in the bowler's foot marks and veering away quite sharply from James Rue.
With that, he decides
retreating here.
To stand back.
He was on 70 at close of play last night, Slater, so he's scored 89 today.
Lammonby being outside off, and has he edged that? No, I thought for a second he had. It was catch by Rue to the left. I really thought he'd nicked that. It moved after, went past the batter.
The noise as well. I think the noise must have been bat just making contact with the pitch.
I think so. Lamby into a spell now, and this time left outside off sensibly by Slater.
Generates good pace from a nice easy action, Tom, now, doesn't he?
It's very laid back as he runs in, and smooth action, as I said before.
It's been perhaps a little underused on what we've seen from these 4 overs.
Casey Aldridge practicing his golf swing. Yeah.
Similar to the last. Good channel there. 5th stump, 6th stump line from Lammonby, and Slater leaves comfortably outside the off stump.
Who are the big golfers then in the team? Well, Paul, I can answer that. There won't be any keener ones than Jake Ball. That's
yeah, Jake Ball, Tom Banton, Tom Abel, Craig Overton hits it a mile. Is not always in the right direction. James Rue, they all just about all play golf.
So that's cut off the back foot, but a scampering stop at point, no run taken. 3 overs left then to tee. Probably get 1 over in.
So I think with your side, Grace, any golfers?
Yeah, a lot of golfers in our
Is
team.
it?
Bryce's sisters are very good at golf. Well, they're just about good at everything, but they're good golfers. I got into a bit last summer, but I've played once so far this summer, and I was just terrible, so I haven't been back since.
Because our best golfer for Somerset in recent times is a certain Peter Trigo.
Of course, yeah.
Who, after he retired from Nottinghamshire, turned professional, and he's still technically a professional, although he's trying to get his amateur status back now.
I think Lammers has done, because Craig Overton's just come and shook his hand.
Pete Trigo joined Hollingwell when he came up here to Trent Bridge. Very good golfer, plays off +3 his handicap. So he claims. 392 for 2. It's Umeed to Will Young. I'll tell you a cricketer who really is a good golfer, and that's James Taylor. Because when he had his terrible heart attack, which nearly killed him, he was told he couldn't play cricket again.
Yeah.
So he took up golf, having never played it before. And within a couple of years, he was playing off +3.
Yeah.
Quite remarkable. And Umeed, and this is pulled, but only as far as Jake Ball at mid-wicket got away with that, did Umeed. 392 for 2. Will Young on 44. Last over before tea, mercifully.
Been a long one, hasn't it?
A long session. A long session. Umeed to Young. Gives that a good tweak, doesn't he?
What do you find to talk about all day? Well, some days are easier than
I think
others.
I've even run out of Steve Pittard stuff.
Some days are easier than others.
Right. Oh, no, we've still got 3 balls to the over. I was going to say last ball before tea, but it ain't. We're just making quite sure that this will be the last over before tea. Somerset by a couple of field changes. Mead bowls. Nice ball as well. And towards Will Young's pads.
Sense Mead's quite enjoying this long spell.
Well, it'll do him no harm at all. He's got Tom Abel for company up there. Just moving Tom Banton back to long on. It's all right, chaps. The clock says 15:41.
No, I don't think either umpire's going to say, oh, let's squeeze one more in. They're both ready to go.
It's Umeed in and bowls to Young, and this is whipped away into the onside, and that will be 4 runs. Nothing that Tom Banton or Casey Aldridge can do about that. It was short from Umeed, and that takes Will Young on to 48, 396 for 2. 1 ball before the tea interval. See if Will Young can bring up 50. He's gone along at a decent rate of knots. Enjoyed a bit of good fortune nicking it through the slips a few times. Well, past the slip. There's never been more than 1 during the course of his innings. So the last ball of the this rather soporific afternoon session. Umeed to Young, and he just props forward, plays it defensively into the offside, and the players will wander off for a well-deserved Well, I'm not sure they'll have a cup of tea. Probably more something long and cool and refreshing. But at tea on the fourth and final day of this game, Nottinghamshire 396 for 2. They lead by 286, and will have all those 8 wickets in hand, with Ben Slater 159 not out and Will Young 48 not out. Their partnership worth so far 88.
Thank you, Anthony Moore from Grace, and myself, Dave. When we come back in around about 20 minutes' time, that'll be about 4 o'clock. Please join us there. Nottinghamshire 396 for 2 at tea. see that Tom Kohler-Cadmore has got the keeper's pads on and gloves. Yeah, that's a near certainty, Lisa. I think we'll be finished here at 10 to 5 when the two captains shake hands. Only had one wicket to go down today. Nottinghamshire won't mind that. They've racked up the runs. They're 396 for 2 as the players make their way back onto the field after tea. Ben Slater enjoying it better than anybody else. He's 159 not out. William 49, the one man to be dismissed. Ollie Stone, who made 63. 396 for 2. This is going to be a draw. It'll be confirmed within the hour. So welcome back, everybody. That's just a quick blast for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners into their 4 o'clock news. The umpires lead the players back onto the field, and honestly, they couldn't walk back on any slower than they are doing. I did suspect there might just be perhaps the opportunity of maybe one or two players who haven't had a bowl getting a bowl. One or two other things might just go off, and straight away every indication that that's likely, because you can see that Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who of course is a very fine wicket keeper, but he's got the pads on and some bright yellow gloves, wicket keeping gloves. James Rue is out there, and he actually well, he isn't going to bowl because he's got the protective pads on underneath his flannels and a helmet on, so it looks very much as if he's going to maybe go at short leg or slip, or maybe they're going to have 2 wicket keepers, I don't know. Maybe he's going to kneel down close to the batters. We've seen 1 or 2 Somerset players and Renshaw. I can remember Renshaw doing that a couple of times.
It was Banger who started it, though.
Yeah, it's going to be Jack Leach to bowl, but Kohler-Cadmore,
very flashy gloves, aren't they?
They are indeed.
I've just worked out, in their last 2 second innings against Somerset, Nottinghamshire are now 837 for 4. 440 for 2 at Taunton. Oh no, I can't even add up. It's 803 more than that. So
it's a lot.
It's a lot. 396 and 440. So 436 for 4. Jack Leach to bowl the first over in the home straight. To Ben Slater. This is stroked nicely into the covers where Tom Banton fields, and there's no run. So we've got James Rue under the helmet at forward short leg. Kohler-Cadmore under the helmet, wicket keeper. Craig Overton at slip, and this is Slater back on his stumps. And I think that's Casey Aldridge. Is it? No. No, it's not. I'm not sure who that is under the helmet. It's not Tom Lammonby. It might be Casey Aldridge. Oh! And I think that was that off the bat?
I think it was just Dan.
No, he's given a run. So very nearly. I'm not sure whether it was a chance or not. But if it was put down by Craig Overton. Combination of Kohler-Cadmore and Overton.
It is, or it was, Casey Aldridge in there take the helmet off.
Yeah. So Jack Leach to the right-handed Will Young, who comes forward. I wonder what the thinking is in giving Coda Cup or the gloves, maybe just to give him a bit of practice.
I'd be more concerned about Rue, who's an important member of this side, being close in at short leg there. She can get her there.
Leach to Young plays a sort of belated cut shot, square of the wicket on the offside. Well, he's obviously brought his own wicket-keeping gloves, as Tom Coda wore. Presumably keeps them in his coffin, as this is played back up the pitch. So I was going to see an uneventful first over after tea, but in fact there was, if it wasn't a chance, it was very nearly a chance to Craig Overton at slip. But Ben Slater survives. He has 160 and Notts now 397 for 2.
Within the hour grace will be done. Energy levels. Keep those energy levels high.
Got to move out my house when I get back as well.
Have you been evicted before time?
Being evicted, yeah.
Messy. Messy.
Just a lot of stuff.
Why have you got to move, and where are you moving to?
Oh, well, I'm just moving down the road for now. It's a university house, so they're on 12-month contracts, and it runs out at some point this week, so not ideal.
There's always something.
Be a Mead to bowl, Stuart Broadend to continue, and Slater forward and defence.
I thought you'd have staff for things like that.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think so. Can't get the staff these days. Into the 16th over here, a Mead wicketless, gone for 54. In again and bowls and left outside the off stump by Slater.
These university digs you've had all the time you've been at Loughborough then.
Yeah.
So it'll be a teary farewell. All the memories.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Mead back. In and turned to fine leg, no run taken, short fine.
So do you have a graduation ball with all the fine dining and dressing up and all the rest of it?
Just got like an all graduation ceremony in a few weeks. There's a whole week of grad week towards the back end of July, which is nice as the Mead comes in, and again Slater forward. This time the pair scamper through for a single. It's just grad week falls nicely between the 50 over comp and the 100 starting, so perfect timing.
Southampton, the old mortar boards, is that it?
Yes. Yeah. Waterboards and gowns.
And Mead in and short and pulled to mid wicket on the bounce. ripple of applause from Somerset fielders. Young, 48, not out, and he pulls that one, and it's a
Bad luck.
straight to hand, but it's high. It's a difficult catch. He gets both hands on it at mid-wicket, and it was a poor delivery in honesty. Probably one of the worst ones Meads bowled, but he's saved 4 there, but ultimately a drop catch.
James
Room.
Get the gloves on.
Yeah, he'd have caught it if he'd had the gloves on.
At Chesterley Street, that's Women's International. New Zealand were bowled out for 156, and England already on the march, 38 without loss after 6.
Ian Shepherd's been running a poll on Twitter. Always look on the bright side of life podcast. Best option to liven this up, offering 4 options. Fancy dress after tea, tractor on as a sub, 10 overs each exhibition, or brace, bats and gibbo bowls. And out in front is tractor on as a sub, 48%. We're second brace, 29%. That's on Twitter if you want to have a vote.
Yeah, get tractor on. No reason really. I suppose insurance would come into play.
Yes, I think so. There's Leach in and bowls to Ben Slater.
You can't just pop anybody on, can you, in white? It's just a field for you, I suppose. It's a shame. Nice competition prize, wouldn't it? Come on, field for
5
us.
years, so fancy my chances against the Mr. Grace Girdle. It's played into the onside.
And I haven't batted for even longer, so you certainly don't want to tick that box.
Grace Girdle, international cricketer,
I suspect the
might I
batting,
add.
Last century.
last better than the that's better than the bowling. This is played into the offside. There's no run. 398 for 2. Just going through the motions here. Occupying the last 40 minutes or so. Leach in and bowl shorter and quicker. Doesn't bounce as much as Ben Slater would have been expecting, but he's been out there for a long, long time. He's very well attuned to the circumstances. Jack Leach in his 42nd over. He's there in bowls, and Slater's back on his stumps. There'll be at least 2 here, if not 3. Should be 3 then. And that's the 400 up for Nottinghamshire. 401 for 2. A ripple of applause from the remaining spectators. The real hardcore cricket spectators.
You've got to be devoted to being now, haven't you?
401 for 2. Last ball of Leach is over. To Young, who's back on his stumps. Plays it out to the offside. End of that over. Just the 3 runs from it. Jack Leach, 42 overs, 12 maidens, none for 95. So he's been economical, but yet to pick up a wicket in this game.
Yeah, there's people in the crowd here, of course, sorts of reasons. Some will have been dropped off. I'll pick you up outside the gates at 5 o'clock, or buses or trains or lifts home have been assigned a specific time. Others will have very much enjoyed a day catching up with old family or friends, maybe. But those that like to come to every day of every match, and they won't want to go while there's still some cricket going on. And there'll be those that maybe had a couple of days at week at work this week already, or heading off back to the office or whatever tomorrow. They just want another day in the sunshine, but they're here, they want to be entertained, and they're very, very welcome indeed.
Mead then into his 17th over, and again just pushed that by Slater to the offside. Should cover coming round. Young still 48 not out. He'll want to reach that milestone, that half-century milestone. Second time for Notts this season.
Saying all day, Ben Slater can basically bat for as long as he wants, go at his own tempo, his own speed, and do as he wants. But there isn't maybe a little bit of clock pressure for the first time. He'll know 10 to 5, and he'll know he's on 164. And if he wants to get a double 100, he'll just have to slightly increase his tempo.
Andy Amir comes in, and again Slater full smothers the ball in defence.
You know, at the start of the day, you'd have bitten your hand off for 164 or 170 not out or 180 not out, but you'd be thinking here another 35 minutes or so. If I can get 36 runs in that time.
Reed in, and Slater happy to push that one out to the cover boundary rider for a single.
If he did get there, it would be the 4th Nottinghamshire double 100 in 8 county championship matches this season. And
2 of them against Somerset.
yeah, I'm not going to say that's never been done before, but it's not been done for a while, and might take a bit of luck, you know.
Is it from 4 different players as well, Brace?
It will be as well, yeah.
Mead into Young, and this one he rocks back and cuts away, and it will race away for 4, so that will be Will Young's half-century. 52 not out off 81 balls, exactly 100 minutes. Well batted, Will Young.
9 fours as well. None more emphatic than that last one. And who are the other 3 that have had double hundreds, Grace, this season?
Ooh. As Mead in, and this one quicker and on the stumps and turned into the onside. We had the Joe Clark one here. We had the Haas one when he batted the whole time. Who's the other one? I actually don't know who the other one is.
Side.
Oh, Duckett, surely.
Yeah.
That was good, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, I was here for the Hamid one. That's when he was on for every ball of the match, wasn't he? Very impressive feat. And Hamid in again. Final ball was over. Slater happy to defend on the front foot. 407 for 2.
Yes, he was 247 not out, and whatever he was not out at the end. And even asked him afterwards, I didn't notice, did he go off for a comfort break at all? No, on the field for every minute of all 4 days. That's a magnificent effort, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Now, James Rue is donning the helmet. I don't know what Cola Cadmore is pointing out on the pitch. And Jack Leach is going to bowl another over from the Radcliffe Road end. No sign of Tom Banton being given the ball just yet. Don't think Tom Abel will bowl. Don't want to risk damaging us a side or hamstring. Rue has taken off the helmet and is going out into the covers. He's in fact going to short extra cover, catching position.
Or a dropping position.
Yeah, he did put, it was a tough chance. Tough chance, high above his head, two-handed, smashed by Will Young. So Leach to Young, defends. .407 for 2. Can almost count the number of spectators here now. Not on one or two hands, but be very far into 3 figures. As Leach bowls and Young defends. Jack Leach, he really wants a wicket. He deserves a wicket. He's bowled pretty well. This is just a little bit short though. Cut away by Young. To Lammonby, who's at point.
Somerset were tardy this afternoon. They're over it. It's gone down from +8 to +6.
Yeah. Leach tosses this one up, and that's going to run down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Jake Paul giving up the chase early in the piece. 411 for 2. And that is the century partnership for Will Young and Ben Slater. 103 in 154 balls. 57 of those to Will Young and 37 to Ben Slater.
Yes, means another 10 extras. They're up to 35 now.
Leach in the bowls gives this one a bit of air, and they think about a single, but Ben Slater spotting that it was Tom Lammonby running to his left. Told Will Young to get back. I think probably Slater would have been home safely enough. No point in risking a run out at this stage in proceedings. Leach bowls. This is turned round the corner. It won't be a run. Another Leach over slips by. 43 overs. 12 maidens, none for 99, on the verge of an unwanted century as technique.
Yeah, that'll do, Skip. I'm none for 99. Nick Morell's been in touch. Nice to hear from you, Nick. I've got a year's action in 10 days, he says. I'm at Nottingham races tomorrow, then 4 days in Southport. England versus the Netherlands to watch. A bit of crazy golf, then back for 2 days election house party. It's all go. It's all go, Nick. 411 for 2. Looking forward to Southport. Whether we'll have this sort of weather remains to be seen.
Well, it'll be hot sitting out outside the tennis club.
Well,
a couple of years ago when I was there, it was just about the hottest week of the summer. There isn't much shade.
no, but counting the trains going by, far side of the ground.
Mead still to bowl.
They're not rushing, are they?
No. Into his 18th over. Ben Slater gonna do her. Not much different to the rest of the day. Comes forward, defends. Do you think he'll search for that double 10 brace, or?
Yes. Yes, I think he'll have half an eye on the clock and half an eye on not where he is at any given time. We'll just try and put one ball and over away.
Mead again and again forward and defends, catches the outside edge, but no run to short third.
I think he'll perhaps be looking forward to maybe an occasional bowler coming on around about 4:45 and perhaps dropping 1 or 2 looseners short. Of course, they're usually the ones you can slap straight into the fielder's hands, but yes, there's a double 100 there for the taking.
Mead and off the back foot tries to cut, bounces not too far from the stumps and into the hands of Slip, Craig Overton, who's been quiet in there.
Just steaming gently.
Mead. Right arm in. Bit of turn there. Away from the left-handed Slater as he leaves on the offside.
Googly.
Decent one too, definitely turned. This one,
Really bounced.
it did indeed, and Slater looks to almost slog sweep, it just bounces over his bat there. Bit slower that, gave it some young airs out his gloves at the non-strike end. Quiet over then so far. Can Slater find the boundary on the last ball of the over? No, he can't. He defends it into the offside, and is that a maiden there? I think it is.
It was. 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 61. And Nottinghamshire have now gone past the 850 mark in their last 2 second innings against Somerset. 851 for 4, their tally. And Will Young is the common factor really to those 2 second innings. What did he get at Taunton?
174 not out.
74
Clark
not out.
213 not out. So
So
Mead and Slater were the 2 out there, and Mead and Stone the 2 out here. Not that they did an awful lot wrong. Seba Mead 91, and Night Watchman Ollie Stone, if you weren't with us earlier, 63. So terrific match with the bat for Ollie Stone, 83 and 63.
got 2 slips now. Tom Banton going in at second slip alongside Captain Craig. Leach to bowl to Young. Young drives nicely away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. I fancy. Oh, well, no, very good stop by Casey Aldridge. Full marks for effort. He might easily have let that go, instead of which he raced along the boundary and flung himself to his right, made the stop, got the return in, saved his side 1 run, 414 for 2.
Thirsty work out there for Andy Mead, been out there 25 minutes or so, asking for a drink to be brought out at the end of the over. It's been a scorcher. If you're following us from abroad, as we know a number of people do, this week we've had the English summer. It's been very high in the 26, 27, 28 degree C range, which we spent quite a lot of time, didn't we, over the first 2 days recalculating that into Fahrenheit, and it's been somewhere between 80 and 84 here this week.
Leach then to Slater, who's on 165. Bowls, and Slater pads up, and it's taken by Craig Overton at slip. Slip, leg slip, forward short leg. Slater just having a look round the field. Leach bowls to him. He's back on his stumps. He's in no hurry, Ben Slater.
Is it a 6? I can't. Might need a moment to remember.
It's the flat one yesterday
Yes, he has. Down to
down there.
down to our right. Leach and bowls to Slater. Feel for not quite sure what. Either catch behind or an LBW. But whichever it was, it's been answered in the negative. Slater survives. Leach persevering. Slater is forward, inside edge onto pad that goes along the ground rather than up in the air to James Rue under the helmet, forward short leg.
Desperate for his wicket, Jack Leach.
Here he is. Tries again, and almost through that time as well. But Slater keeps it out. End of another over. 414 for 2. Ben Slater 165. Will Young on 60. The clock says 16:29. So we've got just over 20 minutes before we expect the players to shake hands.
Yes, and unless there is a sudden increase in the run rate, a sudden spate of loose deliveries, I think I'm a little off the mark with Ben Slater pushing for his double 100. From that over, it just seemed like he was more than content to say, "You're not going to get me out today. I've got a sizable score on the board, and we'll try and turn it into a red inker." Going to be Andy and me to continue from the Stuart Broad end. Again, a moment or two will be soaked up here whilst a little bit of choreography is orchestrated by the skipper, moving fielders here, there and everywhere. I think there's perhaps just 2 positions left that James Rue hasn't fielded in since he came out on the field. He now found himself in mid-off.
Into his 19th over then. Andy Hamid made it in the last. What's Will Young gonna do here? This one he gets forward and defends, showing no signs of anything expansive here. The Nottinghamshire top order pair seemingly happy to just stick around and be there in 20 minutes for the declaration.
We assume. Be staggered if we went on beyond 5 o'clock.
Made in and pushed to mid-on off the back foot by Young. Ball's thrown back to bowler. He's been shining that ball non-stop today, Andy Hamid. Busy cricketer. He's in, and again, Young forward and defence.
Another day without a nice screen, folks.
Made bowls, and again Young defends on the front foot. 2 balls left in the over. Nottinghamshire 414 for the loss of just 2 wickets. This time on the back foot, Young defends. Am I right in thinking every partnership in this innings for Nottinghamshire has been 100 plus?
Yep, one 172, 136, and this one's currently worth 106.
Impressive stuff from Nottinghamshire top order. An impressive stat despite the batter-friendly conditions, let's say. Some brilliant concentration shown by Ben Slater as young forward in defence. Another maiden then to Andy Mead.
It's not so much batter friendly as bowler deeply unfriendly conditions. I mean, it's so slow, it's quite hard for the batsmen to play their shots. I think that's the end of Andy Mead. He's being congratulated by his teammates. It's really the worst sort of pitch.
Who's your money on then? And Anthony?
Well, Tom Bounton is his arrival with ball in hand usually signals the end, but Jack Leach is going to carry on. Credit to Somerset, they haven't bowled joke bowlers.
No, they've not thrown the towel in, no. Oh, hang on. Just what you need. They don't like the look of this ball. Where's the gauge? Both umpires getting together. Will the ball go through one side of the gauge and not through the other? Excellent camera crew just trying to get a close up there of what they were up to, and it meets all the requirements. On you go.
I was just using up a couple of minutes of time. Jack Leach is giving the ball a long, hard look.
He's gone for his 100 now, so you can't even delay that.
I'm on then, Leachy. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed, seemingly inexhaustible Ben Slater. Slater stretches forward, plays it defensively up to the motionless Andy Mead at mid-on, just waits for the ball to arrive, gives it a vigorous polish on the back of his right thigh where there is a great red stain where he's been polishing the ball. During the course of his overs, 19 of them. Leach tries again. Quicker ball. Pushed into the offside. And Ben Greenfields. Much to the... No, it's
Josh Davey.
It's not Josh Davey. It's Ben Green. He's wearing Josh Davey's shirt. It's Leach in a bowls quicker one. Giving it full volume, Somerset close fielders. Ben Slater signalling for something from the dressing room. The two Notts 12th men in their orange tabards respond by going into the dressing room to get whatever it is that he's asked for. Leach in and bowls. Slater pushes that into the offside. Ben Green again.
Earplugs he wants.
What does he want?
Say earplugs with all the noise all around him.
Yeah. Leach bowls and Slater stretches forward.
It's definitely we will not pass now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Yeah. He's going to get his red fingers.
Yeah.
Do wonders for his average. And not out big 100. Leach bowls, and this is played up to Mead at mid-on. End of another Jack Leach over. 45 overs he's got through.
Apparently that's Jamie Thorpe on as subfielder.
Oh, is it?
Always look on the bright side of life. Something exciting's happened. Jamie Thorpe is on as a sub. That's what they've put. Do we know Jamie Thorpe?
He's the physio. He's wearing Ben Green's hat and Josh Davies' shirt.
Who's this bowl? Is this Banton?
Yes, it is. Yet to take a first-class wicket.
.23 to 5 o'clock, so 13 minutes of cricket probably. Sure they can drag 3 overs out to soak up 13 overs. Not going to bowl in some
3 overs so far this season. I think they were certainly bowled like 1 at the oval and maybe 2. I think he may have bowled against North in the reverse fixture.
He thinks he's Kirsty Gordon Grace is bowling in glasses.
No one can be. Kirsty Gordon, she is one of a kind.
Here he comes then from the broad end, bowls, and the first one is turned to leg by Casey Aldridge. Just a little bit of gentle turn, very gentle turn into the right-hander. 414 for 2. Straight away, eagle-eyed Craig Overton says, well, if he is going to get that little bit of gentle turn, we'll put a fella there, and that fella is number 55, the wicket-keeper, James Drew, in at the leg slip. Got in almost exactly where Will Young played that, is Banton in. This is slightly shorter, and Will Young on the back foot just pummels it up to mid-on, and there's no run. 414 for 2. One man out today, Ollie Stone, given out, LBW, against Jake Ball. This one elicits a few woos and ahs as it keeps a whisker low. Ollie Stone left disappointed and frustrated the second time in the game. This is short and is slammed into the middle of next week by Will Young through the leg side, and it's heading off for 4 under the railing and clatters into the larboard and bow stand. too short on that occasion from Banton. John Hayes says, is Anthony coming on to bowl next? 418 for 2. Young up to 64. Filling his boots against Somerset this season. 174 not out in the second innings at Taunton. Lean return since then, but enjoying this chance to score a few. This one's wide of the off stump, and that'll be 4 more. Cut away this time on the offside is very, very strong.
It's not doing Tom Banton's average much good, this one. He hasn't got an average yet. He hasn't taken a wicket in first class cricket.
Very strong in that area between point and
if and when
man.
he ever does, he'll have gone for quite a few.
Young under 68, 422 for 2. Banton bowls, and Young shows him a bit of respect and blocks it, and that's the end of an over that cost 8 runs to Tom Banton. 422 for 2. About 10 minutes to go, we think. Fairly laborious march from one fielding position to another. Two fielders just maybe allowing the minds to drift towards the journey home. They're all on the coach, very splendid coach. Seen it obviously a time or two as they arrive and leave each day. No mistake in who they are. Somerset County Cricket Club.
Yep.
In the front window. Luxury travel for professional athletes.
Jack Leach then is going to bowl his 46th over of this innings. He's going to bowl to Ben Slater, who's on 165. And, Slater is more than happy just to offer a defensive bat.
What was it in C? 159.
Just got to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get too passive and Leach gets one to turn and bounce. Just the odd ball has misbehaved. Leach is in and bowls, and this time Slater is on the back foot, playing it to Banton in the covers. .422 for 2. Leach bowls. Good ball, nicely played. Just well, we don't have timeless county championship. Still be here on Saturday, I think. Leach tosses this one up, and it's pushed into a gap on the offside. And they take the single as Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, does the fielding. Four, 2, 3 for 2.
Wonder where his bag of tricks is positioned, just in case somebody does receive a painful blow.
I expect one of the official 12 men would come rushing on with it. Leach to Young. Sure. Oh, here you are. It's the one that bites and turns, goes past the outside edge. A bit of bounce as well. But no outside edge. Last ball of Leach's 46th over. This is on middle stump, defended by Will Young. And Jack Leach continues to go wicketless. 46 overs, 13 maidens, none for 103.
It's a tough gig. Mike, I think he's just turned around and just given a thumbs up, presumably in the direction of his skipper. There might have been a word there, just to say, thanks, Jack. Might just, what's happened? James Roos taking off the protective pads. Is he going to have a ball?
Yeah.
Maybe from this end. Has he bowled before?
No, definitely not.
Either way, he doesn't feel the need to be weighed down. Oh, I know what he bowls. I think he's got the nod. 423 for 2 as Banton starts his second over, this time to Ben Slater. If anything short, Slater is going to absolutely slam it into the Smith Cooper stand. Of that I'm pretty sure. He had a little look at the first delivery. There's Banton again and spears it in. In fact, he's just dropped it on the leg side and walked the single. 424 for 2. Ben Slater up to 167.
Definitely wants to do his average a bit of good here, doesn't he, Ben Slater? And I don't blame him.
No, it's got to help. Brings Will Young back onto strike. Got a couple of boundaries in the last over from Banton. And plays this back to young Thomas. Carla Cadmore keeping wicket. Overton the sole orthodox slipper. Ruart leg slip. Banton going round the wicket now. Tosses it up and Will Young just blocks it. Remains 424 for 2. Purely academic, but Notts lead by 314. Banton in again, and Will Young very much following the lead set by Ben Slater. Just happy to remain there until the end. 424 for 2. Numbers on the board say the time is 16:46 as Young defends. Can they drag this last over out then for probably about 3.5 minutes? 424 for 2. So looks like a left armer's going to bowl. What do you reckon, Grace?
Tom Banton actually isn't that bad, is he? When he puts it there, it's decent. Liked it when he came round the wicket, but you never know what we're going to see from James Rowe. You'd expect the last over of the day, wouldn't you?
Well, he's done no bowling in first class this day or T20s. Whether he bowled at school or not, I don't know. Quite possibly. Looks like he's going to bowl slow left arm.
From everything he's done so far, he looks like a proper bowler. He's turning his arm over. asking, I beg your pardon, the umpire's asking him, well, you're going to let me know what you're going to bowl. Go on then, Grace, see what you can make of this.
Not what he's marking his run up.
Oh!
I thought he was going to run it then. Oh, he kind of has. Never a good start, is it, when a bowler marks their run about by running it? And then it's definitely slow, and it's been cut off the back foot. Not cut, just pushed into the offside by Slater for a single. I think he'll be happy to get off strike here.
16:48. He's on the board there, and he's getting it. Thought he was getting a ticking off from Ben Debenham there for where he was proposing to run.
He comes and it's slow, and it's turned into onside to the physio.
The wicket keeper's bowling,
Yeah.
and the physio's fielding.
What can you do? It's absolute chaos out there. Calder Cadmore's keeping in the short sleeve top. Just Somerset having a good time out there for the last 15 minutes, and to be honest, after the day they've had, I don't blame them at all. Root in and gives it a bit of flight, and Young forward in defence, and it's not the worst slow left arm I've ever seen. It's definitely slow.
He's got to be careful here, because it's still showing a 16:48 halfway through the over. Is he going to go over the wicket? No, he's going to go and have a chat.
He's going to go and have a chat.
What do you reckon, Jack?
Bit of advice, yeah.
What do you reckon, Jack?
Yeah. His
Impressed?
mentor, no doubt. His
Yeah.
mentor, slow left arm.
Ruin again, and it's full, and so much respect shown from Will Young as he comes forward in defence.
16:49. We've got a cameraman that's obviously desperate to to get back inside the shade. Keep showing us the clock. I don't blame you.
2 balls left then, we presume, and he's in and off the back foot, pushes straight to point, and a dot ball, just one so far.
One for
His over.
another dot for a maiden over. His maiden over will be a maiden over.
He's gone for one run, hasn't he? First ball of the
Oh,
over.
sorry, yeah. So we'll spoil that.
Long day for us all.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Nobody's going to bowl anything. Oh, there we go, 16:50.
Final ball we expect of the day then is defended by Young, who is 68 not out. Slater at the other end, 168 not out, and that is the end of the game.
It's a draw. Nottinghamshire finishing on 425 for 2. Will Young on 68, and Ben Slater 168 not out. And Nottinghamshire take 13 points, and Somerset take 15.
Indeed, honours even for the second time this season. All the players shaking hands with each other out there, and with the umpires. The ground staff begin the laborious task of getting the outfield a good drenching, a good soaking. Already bringing the hose pipes on. It's been a tough 4 days for the Trent Bridge outfield. Decent numbers I've been in to watch. Been some good cricket, some excellent batting, some excellent bowling. The bowlers first, Casey Aldridge and Dylan Pennington with 5 fers, Miguel Pretorius with a 4 for in the Nottinghamshire first innings. The one Somerset Centurion was Tom Abel, who made 111 for Nottinghamshire. In the second innings, Ben Slater, who went 168 not out. Some others came close. Pretorius 95 not out. Mead 91. Lammonby made 87. But Notts, who won the toss, opted to bat first. 360 all out. Somerset with a lead of 110, 470 all out. And Notts have just declared on 425 for 2, meaning that the match is drawn. Thanks very much to all our guests that's come in, to Grace Ballinger. Wish Grace well for the rest of the season. No doubt we'll perhaps catch up with her with the games in September. And good luck with everything you're doing and the house move. Anthony, always a pleasure. Hope you've enjoyed your few
I have
days.
very much.
Not the greatest of final days, admittedly, but great to share it with you.
It's always a pleasure to come to Trent Bridge, one of the most hospitable cricket grounds in the country, and it's always a pleasure to share a commentary box with you. Grace, one of the most professional cricket commentators in the country, and balanced as well. And I don't think either side was ever going to win this game of cricket on that pitch. I think we could still be playing on Friday and there wouldn't have been a result. But there's been some good cricket played in quite beautiful weather, and it's been a pleasure, as always, to come to Trent Bridge.
And they can hear you on Sunday morning from the county ground in Taunton, just before 11 o'clock, when Somerset are at home to Warwickshire. Thanks to all the Somerset fans for engaging as well, and being there and sending through the communications, and to all our regulars, and whether you take the time and the trouble to send a message in, or you just listen to us or put up with us, or indeed watch the pictures, huge thanks. And talking of the pictures, as ever, we're indebted to Kirsty and Aaron for looking after us, keeping us on air, looking after the graphics, and basically just letting us know if things are running awry, or if we're just getting a little crackly or whatever. She'll soon sort it out, or the pair of them will. But to our camera crew as well, it's not been a great deal of fun out there, I'm sure, and your dedication and hard service is very much appreciated. Hard work. No, it's a happy team out there. It's a hard-working, happy team, and we all leave Trent Bridge for the better. I think watch Notts and Somerset fight out a draw. I'll be at Southport on Sunday morning.